Epstein is the murderer that you were afraid was under your bed.
He's the boogeyman.
He's the boogeyman. If we can just get those files, then we can get those files. We all want to get the pedophiles, so give us the Epstein files. But what's weird is they gave us the Epstein files, and you know what's happening? Exactly what they thought would happen. Almost nothing.
Literally almost nothing.
You can't give voice to the negative because whatever you focus on, whatever you give your attention to, is what you will get. That's one of the greatest deceptions that has ever been perpetrated on humanity. Represents the inversion behind the prosperity gospel, new thought, most of New Age thought.
Yes.
Most of those camps will agree, don't talk about the negative because you'll get more of it. Everybody makes the observation that Jesus overcame Satan when he was tempted of the devil by quoting scripture to him. It is written. But what a lot of people don't seem to notice is that Satan quoted scripture right back at him. So when he quotes scripture, somehow he's speaking a lie. It's not that the truth is not with him. He knows scripture.
Let's talk about how Goliath factors in, because you name dropped him earlier. So I cannot have us leave this discussion without weaving that thread in. The evil that pops up and it comes as a threat, and how we can not get caught up in just trying to eliminate or go on just a giant killing spree without recognizing there's an engine behind it that we should really focus on kind of dismantling as well.
And one of the simplest things we need to all realize is if it's hate toward any identity, fear toward anything other than God, that's fruit that tells me that there's too much left in me.
Yes.
The stones are not smooth enough.
Yes.
There's too much left in me that's in alignment with this system. I need to back off. Just because Goliath is yelling doesn't mean I have to sit and listen.
What if I told you you were meant for something more? And what if at first sight your birthright was inked in blood? And what if dominion was written in big bold letters? And what if we shouldn't just occupy but overcome? And what if the observation of opposition was us? Antikemi, the podcast.
There is a mistake that I think most of us make most of the time, if not all of us, almost all of the time, that causes us to expend our energy, our attention, our intention. Everything gets directed toward an outlet for our outrage that is pretty good for us in terms of the hit it gives us. It makes us feel better. I think, even chase that feeling, but it's relatively harmless to the system that we're trying to break free from. And one of the most, I think one of the most potent mechanisms of control that any system of oppression, system of control, manipulation will use is to direct the frustration that you are going to feel because you know you're in bondage.
Right.
My mind is going back to an archaeologist that I heard describe finding a paleo Hebrew, for lack of a better term, ancient, proto Phoenician script on the cave wall of a cave in Egypt that says, "Deliver us, El, from our masters.
Wow.
You got to wonder what Hebrew on what day. But when you're in bondage, you know you're in bondage. And in order to keep you from rising up and shaking off the shackles that the system has clothed you with, basically you have to be given somewhere to direct that energy.
Yes.
So one of the most potent tools that the system uses to hold us down is to allow us the luxury of venting our rage and expressing our outrage, and they'll even throw us sacrificial lambs. I don't remember who made the statement that all you have to do to disperse a pitchfork-wielding crowd is give them somebody to lynch. And
Every single time.
Right. So any single figurehead or character or player in any system is ultimately expendable to the system if giving up that one player will keep the system in place.
Yeah.
And so there's a few famous quotes that we know, but I looked them up. The first one is spoken by the wizard in Wicked. The best way to bring folks together is to give them a really good enemy. Give your okay, this one is James Allison. Give people a common enemy and you will give them a common identity. And this, you find this out anytime you study tribalism and the tribal instinct in people. That's one of the big tools that's used. That's what 9/11 did for us. That's what, COVID did that for us, for that matter.
Absolutely.
For quite a while. And one last one. I don't know who Asada Shakur is. Do you?
No.
So I have no idea if I would agree with anything else that person said. But this is profound. Only a fool lets somebody else tell him who his enemy is. So tonight, I want to turn the light on that and expose, tell the truth and shame the devil, expose how that mechanism moves through our algorithms, our news hours, our pop culture, how that mechanism is manipulated to continually and virtually all the time keep us spinning our wheels, battling demons when we're supposed to be dethroning archons.
I love it. If I could put it like this, in this episode, we are going to help us all figure out when the crowd is chanting, "Give us Barabbas," we're going to continue to point you back to Jesus and understand why his ultimate choice to sacrifice his life was really a death blow to the system at the end of the day. You are tuned in to Antikemi, the podcast. We are your host. My name is Jonathan.
I'm Schulz.
And we have already jumped right in. So let's...
Did you get that download right then?
Literally right there.
Bro, that's profound.
Yeah. This is what these conversations kind of do to us. But I love it. I love it. I love it. When you first brought up the idea of having this type of conversation in regards to recognizing, and I mentioned it earlier, the whack-a-mole type of energy that we engage in, and how exhausting it really is. And you touched on something earlier on in kind of like the opening sentences, and you were just reminding us that the outrage that we naturally feel, and we should feel that outrage, because let's just pause there for a moment. We've kind of reached a point where, and I've mentioned it before, compassion fatigue.
Yes.
And you reach a point where you're almost numb to seeing the suffering of other people and hearing about the suffering of other people and recognizing that you have your own suffering that you're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. And you're like, I don't have the capacity to really take on the burdens of the world, even though pure evil is developing all around me and even maybe in my own backyard. But at a certain point, you kind of like, let me just duck away, avert my eyes, or even bury my head in the sand, because that's just easier at this point. But then when something so egregious kind of happens and it kind of triggers that level of umbrage or outrage, that dopamine hit, that little signal that goes off in our brains, sometimes it feels like it's enough. Like there is adequate action that has taken place, but there's actually nothing that is tangible that has moved the needle towards the light.
Yes.
And we leave that interaction or hearing that news and we feel a level of accomplishment because I was rightfully upset. I shook my head and waved my hand against something that was objectively wrong. And then I went about my day.
Yes.
Why do we do that so easy? I get some of the neuroscience behind it. I get the dopamine hit. But outside of the biology, what would you think would be like our psychology that allows us to have that visceral reaction, but then nothing actually tangible develop?
Normalcy bias is one of the most dangerous things that I catch myself constantly battling. You can be in any level of outrage, fear, but let's go beyond that. You can be in righteous indignation, which is a little different, because that can actually spur righteous action. You can be deeply moved by love, compassion, all kinds of very real impulses. But I feel like there is this fundamental fly in the ointment that the human creature encounters over and over. If I can darn the socks, have you ever seen darning socks like 100 years ago? People didn't buy new socks when they got holes. They took out thread.
Oh, yeah.
Because you had nothing to do at night. So while you're staring into the fire.
They called that darning?
Darning socks. Yeah, take a little piece of thread, and your
Gotcha.
mom, your grandmother taught you how to. Everybody knew how to do it because everybody had to basically
It's like patchwork.
do their own.
Yeah.
You just get in there and patch the little hole because nobody was going to buy you a new pair, and nobody was going to fix yours for you. Maybe your mama would darn your socks. You know what I mean? So everybody had to know how to do that. That's kind of an analogy for what I'm trying to get at about our worldview. If we can find a way, even if something has birdshot through our grasp of reality and it's hanging in tatters, if we can find a way to piece it back together just enough to keep functioning inside the version of the world that we've grown comfortable and acquainted with, we will do that. So I can be brokenhearted over some major oppression or wrong that I see taking place, but as soon as I can find some way to expel all that energy of outrage and a sense of we have to do something and all of that, the quicker that I can get that out of my system and go back to acting like I don't see the holes that I do, the quicker I can piece back together my perception of reality, and pretty quick I'll forget the holes are there emotionally.
Yeah.
Now I can categorize it as something that I kind of know in the back of my mind, but functionally I can live like I haven't seen that thing.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that, and like, hey, push down right here on your mic. There you go. That's one of my biggest issues with our two-party system.
Right.
Now, let me go ahead and point the finger at the Democrats for a moment. This was my biggest problem during the COVID era.
That's, I like it. Ever
Sounds
the
weird, right?
wordsmith.
Yeah. But during COVID and all of the media attention that it seemed to be garnering in regards to like police brutality around that same time. And then after George Floyd happened, seeing Nancy Pelosi with the kente cloth, doing the kneel, it echoed so hollow, and it was just like, this is corny. But I guess somebody got in their ear and was like, yeah, this is what you need to do to kind of play to your base. Everybody's taking a knee, right? All the NFL players and the NBA players, they're taking a knee in solidarity because that started kind of with Kaepernick when he first started doing it, even before 2020. But for them to do the same thing, but to put the kente cloth on it, like, we're with you. And it's like you're showing the outrage, but it did not do really anything to establish any policy change. In retrospect, it's funny because we can look at something that is fiction. You look at a show like Scandal, and there was an episode in Scandal around the same time that all of these things were happening inside the real life media with police brutality. Shonda Rhimes wrote an episode where a young man was gunned down by a police officer in D.C., like a couple miles away from the White House. And so it played off very, very similar to Eric Garner or whoever, throw a name inside there, right? And it was a white police officer, of course, and a young black boy. And the father, he pretty much comes in and he has a shotgun, and he's like, I'm not going to leave the crime scene until we really investigate what took place. And the police narrative was the boy had a weapon and all of these different things. So just long story short.
Echoes of a lot of stories there.
Yeah. She's playing off of current events.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that what they wrote into the season was the president was moved by it so much that he ended up creating what he called like the Brandon bill, where it was like enforcing some like actual like change as far as like policing and checks and balances. But then the funny part is his VP in the show, who was kind of a goofy character, they needed her vote to pass the bill. Like she was like the last deciding vote for it to cross over. And so she's like, I can't sign it unless I read it. And they're like, this is thousands of pages long. We need you to sign right. She's like, I'm not going to sign it until I read it. And as she's reading it, she's like, there's no way for us to actually enforce any of this. It's all just figurehead stuff. And so she's like, we need to, if we're going to do something, let's actually put some things in place where we place pressure on states and their police departments to actually enforce what needs to be enforced. So I say all that to say this. If a fictional television show could recognize like, hey, we can't just give lip service to something that is considered outrageous. We need to actually write in a plot point to show that action is taking place. How much are we lacking here in this version of the Matrix that we're living in?
Right.
You know, does that make sense?
It does. And I think that there are very obvious examples of this, but then some of them are more subtle. And so our heart would be that by the end of this episode, and I'll just say it because I believe that if you will apply yourself to what is being discussed here. By the end of this episode, you will be able to identify and address this fallacy when you're falling prey to it.
Come on.
And that's profoundly important in this false reality overlay that we're moving through, because there are some telltale symptoms when you're falling prey to the kind of thinking that produces pitchfork wielding mobs that just go home, maybe somewhat mollified, feeling like they did something, but nothing changed fundamentally.
Yeah.
And even if I think it runs deeper than scandal is taking it there, because when, let's just keep dialing that example back, you can say we need to do something fundamental to address the way that law enforcement and the justice system is interacting with these communities, and okay, all that's true and real and good, but how do you explain that if you peel back that layer of the onion, you find the 13th Amendment hiding under that? If you peel that back, you find Jim Crow hiding under that. And if you peel that back, you find slavery hiding under that. And if you keep following this back, what you find out is this is an iterative, recurrent, it's the story, we were talking about it earlier today, it's the story of the swamp monster, Hydra, the water snake, Hydra.
Yeah.
It many heads, I think most classically they say 9, but there's stories with Hydra having 50 heads and so on. Why? Because every time you cut one off, two grow back. And it's Hercules in that myth that finally realizes not only does Hydra have to be decapitated, but the head has to be buried under a rock. And so until somebody realizes that there is a mechanism underneath the mechanism, there is a mechanism that is producing the mechanism.
Yes.
There is poison in the pot.
Right.
Like, we have to get back to, why does this keep happening?
We can sit there and we could crucify every priest, every pastor that has been caught up in all type of pedophile type scandal. And we can point them out. And we can bring them on Front Street, and they should be prosecuted, bury them underneath the drill. I'm with all of that. But until we address the culture and the system that substantiates and allows a lot of this action to happen in plain sight for years, where victims are silenced. And oh man, we were talking about this, I don't know how long ago, about when the system almost becomes so large, it's really about protection of the system. Like, we cannot do anything that's going to rock that boat. So people are expendable. Resources can be allocated elsewhere. We can look at what's an asset and what's a liability. However, like, the system, it has to remain intact. That has to be protected beyond any type of onslaught.
Any system in this realm that is, and I mean 3D reality, any system that exists in this world we're inhabiting, given enough concentration of power and given cover from accountability, will always produce the elevating of the survival of the system above the good of the individuals every time. It will always wind up being willing to expend actually anybody. Even the architects of the system are expendable once the system is entrenched enough, has enough power, and has enough cover from accountability. There's something about the realm of earth as it exists right now, the way we are experiencing it since we lost Eden consciousness and fell into this dimension. There's something about the rules of the game here that mean if you create any system and give it enough cover, it will prioritize its own survival above any individual or group, the good of any individual or group within it. It's not that it happens a lot, that it can't, it's inevitable. It is a law of nature here, which is why Antikemi the podcast, why Antikemi the movement, because what we're saying is our quarrel is not even with the systems that we're discussing. Right. Our quarrel is with whatever is producing these systems. Yeah. Our quarrel is actually with the very nature of this reality.
The spirit behind it.
We are refusing, by the grace of God, to dance when it pipes. It goes back to that early episode, The Dirty Little Secret of the Dance Floor, or the dance floor's dirty little secret. We are refusing to play along because we understand we don't entirely see the whole picture, but we have seen enough to know that any mechanism we build within this system to address the ills of this system will wind up falling prey to the nature of the system, the way that it moves, what happens. So we have no choice if we want to actually address these matters at the root, but to say we have to escape this realm. We have to stop conducting our business from within this reality, this version of reality.
All right, hold on. So I got our first rabbit hole.
Go for it.
So you mentioned something, and I don't know if this is more of a chicken and the egg type scenario, that it's a product of this reality, this realm here. Like something about what is established here on Earth.
Right.
That facilitates, like allows the growth of this type of age. Does that go back to what we talked about last week? We have Babel. And so since the children of men, they are following the system, the spirit that's influencing Nimrod, to the place where they're starting to actively build a structure to kind of wave their hand at God, right? So God literally goes through a divorce with mankind, and then he divvies them up with the 70 nations.
Yes.
So, and we know how that ends, right? They don't rule in a just way.
He creates 70 members of the divine council to rule over each of those nations. Well, really, he creates 69 because he takes one nation for himself.
Yes.
And rules that nation.
Yes.
But yes, all those, read Psalm 82, all or many, I don't know, of those other Elohim wind up being disloyal.
And I loved it just real quick because people have had like a level of confusion with it, and I loved it how I believe it was the Black Sheep, he put it so wonderful.
Look at you dropping little Easter eggs.
I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, I got to give a little bit of credit where credit's
Got
due.
to.
But the way he described Elohim as it's a state as far as a realm. And we have attributed that name to the Most High God, which we should. But that's not a proper name.
Right.
That's not his name. It's a state. And so him as being a spirit being
Right.
from that realm, it's like us being called humans or like, I guess, earthlings.
Yeah, yes, there you go, earthlings.
But
because I think what he actually said, Black Sheep actually said, which I found helpful and to the best of my awareness accurate, is the term Elohim describes what realm you derive from and exist in.
Yes.
So remember, was it Paul that said that those angels, or was it Jude?
Jude left their first estate.
Left their first estate, their correct estate. They descended on Mount Hermon. Descended. Be careful the way you visualize that. We're so external in our thinking. When we hear descended, we think, came in a ship out of the sky.
Right.
Down
from one location to the other, right?
Whereas maybe they did, but if they did, it was an interdimensional ship. Because what is really being said there is came down into a lower, denser state of reality. They had dominion at a higher frequency. They had dominion in the spirit realm over the earth realm.
Yes.
But they were not supposed to come down into this realm where matter is embodied. That's what I don't know if everybody understands from
The
a physics
corporeal
point
reality.
of view.
Yeah.
From a physics point of view, many physicists will tell you it's not universally accepted, but it is what the ancients taught basically without any variance in every culture. The story has come down that we would now call something like string theory. The ancients had basically a theory of everything. In all cultures, they believed that all matter at the end of the day was frequency of some kind. And there are many widely accepted views of physics that basically run along these lines now in the modern world, where everything is frequency, which makes sense for people who believe that all that was created by the Logos. I love C.S. Lewis's vision of the lion singing over Narnia, and every note he sings produces new trees, mountains, So this is the imagery that has been believed since the dawn of prehistory and passed down as oral wisdom and written wisdom. And now much of theoretical physics for the last 100 years is doing a lot to add scientific weight to this way of looking at things. So basically, everything is energy. Everything is frequency. And the way matter happens, and this, y'all, I am not a scientist, so if you want the scientific view, go somewhere else. But in layman's terms, something becomes matter when the speed of the vibration of the frequency becomes low enough that the atomic structure of that waveform begins to collide and collapse. And somewhere, if that vibration slows down enough, gravity begins to operate on it and pull it down and pull it toward each other. And if that frequency is drawn down enough into a dense enough state, it materializes as matter. So ultimately, that's one very valid way of envisioning anything you can touch. And let me, is it okay? We're rabbit holing.
I love it. Yeah.
Because this helped me. I heard a physicist describe this, and it helped me. We can say, this mic, man, are you telling me that's frequency, that's vibration? Are you really trying to tell me that the only reason this appears to me as matter is because it's vibrating so slowly that all the atoms are crushed together in such a way that,
right.
Like, really, it's very hard to envision that this is nowhere near as real as it appears to be. It just happens to be that the frequency we're vibrating at is perfectly suited,
yes, sir,
to experience this frequency, this waveform, as matter, right? And as mass. But here, this is helpful. If I were to point, if I point light beams, which are vibrating at the rate they vibrate at, photons, at this, it's very clear in that experience. There are lights pointed directly at these mics, and that's why they're so visible to you and me as matter, and also why when we tap against them, we're able to verify what light is showing us. But what if what if instead of using photons to see, we used radio waves to see? It's just radio waves are the same thing as light beams, but they just are at a different frequency. And radio waves would pass through this like it wasn't here. So what if the mechanism of the ocular nerve didn't have to do with photons, with light waves, but it had to do with radio waves? Would this even exist visibly for us? Because if radio waves would pass right through it, and maybe I'm not using the right example there, but there are waveforms that we're aware of that will pass through this like it's not here. So if a system of perception was based on those waveforms,
that's the word. That's the word. Perception.
Would it be perceived by us as visible matter? And you could say, well, but we would bump into it. Except if we also were vibrating at a different frequency.
Why would we bump into it?
The way that it interacted with this would change.
It has to. Because the frequency doesn't match anymore.
So an example of what happens when a human wakes up in Eden consciousness fully is the Lord Jesus Christ appearing in the middle of a room that's locked and saying to them, chill out, I'm not a ghost, I have flesh and bone. How does that help?
What do you mean?
You just appeared in the middle of a room where every door and every window was locked. Right. I'm vibrating at a different frequency now. I overcame death. So I am composed. Yes, I have form in this realm, even matter, but there's something about the frequency it's vibrating at that doesn't interact with matter the same way that the frequency you're vibrating at.
You think that's why he told Mary, don't touch me?
I think that's part of that mystery.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to that mystery.
Right.
And
that's
I don't think I know it all.
A layer to that, yeah.
It's a layer. So, because obviously it's not because he couldn't be touched, because he told others to touch him. So there's mystery there, and someday maybe. But bottom line, bro, I believe that this is really important for us to recognize that our perception of this reality is predicated on the fact that our present state of consciousness, the literal brainwave frequencies that we default to, the literal frequency that our flesh derives from, we think of matter as such an absolute, but it's not at all. Matter only becomes mass like this when it is vibrating at the perfect frequency in correlation to what everything around it is vibrating at. So I said all that to say, when we say the Elohim descended, what we need to keep in mind is that they didn't just come here from Mars.
Yeah.
There are entities that Mars represents their domain, just like Earth represents ours. But they could come here on a ship and be totally invisible to us. And they do. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
They come and go and we don't perceive it. Or if we do, we don't know what it is. But it's when they come down to this state of consciousness that they take on what we recognize as corporeal structure. They weren't supposed to do that. When they did that and gave themselves, it would appear, the genitalia and the ability to interface with us sexually, and that sounds confusing until you realize we're from the same family as they are.
Yes.
And if you really want to go down a rabbit hole, think through the implications of what that means about why they weren't supposed to interact with us sexually. They are our siblings.
It's literally
our siblings.
It's forbidden.
This is incest at the Lord's own table, at Yehovah's own table.
Yes.
So if we start kind of putting those pieces together, and I'm going to drop back and let you speak again, but I think it matters to realize that the word Elohim pertains to the realm you come from, but also the realm in which you are supposed to exercise
your dominion. There it is.
And we're headed back there, but we're not currently exercising our dominion by nature from within that realm. So this is going to lead to a conversation a little later tonight about what it was that Jesus really did in establishing the church.
Yes.
That enables us who are willing to join his kingdom to opt out of doing business in this realm and go back to our correct realm, the realm we were supposed to be moving from, and exercise our dominion from that position without becoming embroiled in this density, because it is this density of consciousness ultimately. We're not at war with this density of consciousness. It's not evil. It's great for animal life and plant life. We are not at war with it. We are at war with the mindset that says whatever you do in this realm has to be addressed from that state of consciousness. Because ultimately, the case we're making tonight is that that way of addressing any issue builds the poison into the recipe. It is what do they call that? Built-in obsolescence.
Sure.
Well, Apple designed this brilliant device. Everything about it is nearly perfect and almost indestructible. They have a way easily to make the glass indestructible. They just won't so far. They should. They know they should. They've talked about it. There's a lot of profit that comes from these screens shattering,
being fallible,
people coming back to get new phones.
Yeah.
And then you add the charger. They have the worst charging devices in the history of ever.
Yeah.
They're constantly, every several years, changing the connectors, the ports, what is all that? All of that, because clearly if they can engineer this, they can engineer a charger that will last as long as the phone will, but they just won't because of built-in obsolescence. Why don't we make cars the way we did in 1955?
Yeah.
Because we would have finished selling them in 1970.
Yeah.
And that market would be gone, right?
Yeah, that's good.
So there's a built-in obsolescence to anything that is constructed within this realm. Any system within this realm that is designed to address any issue within this realm. Any system that comes from, derives from this frequency of consciousness that resonates with the matrix, with the false reality overlay, with the knowledge of good and evil operating system. It has obsolescence built into it where it will, over the process of time, self-corrupt and need to be replaced. That's just a product of coming from this realm, which is why we're constantly given felt needs and desires driven solutions that always lead to failure, which always brings opportunity back to the crisis, thesis, antithesis,
Right.
synthesis. There's always opportunity built in for the politicians, the business people, whoever, to go, hey, that's a problem. Let's address it again and make another $1 trillion, build another empire. And so everything has to break down like that to keep perpetuating that opportunity for further enrichment, further amassing of power and influence and all of that. And so even as Christians, our constant tendency is to go, we have to address this injustice. We have to address that. We have to fix this. We have to fix that. All these, and we're constantly designing new systems to address these issues, and then they fail a generation later, and we do it all again. And what Jesus came and said was, stop moving in this realm. Move through it. Stop working through this realm. Work on it. Address it from within a different reality. Or else you'll never see the kingdom.
You have to become the observer. You just can't be the avatar in the game. And we're so used to just being the third person view avatar in the simulation.
Yes.
That we never step outside and become, okay, I'm the observer. I'm the one that's holding the remote.
Right.
And I'm the one that's able to, hit pause if I need to.
Adam Sandler click.
Yeah, but it's like we feel like, no, we're just the person running around experiencing the maps.
Yeah.
In the game the entire time. And this kind of goes back, and I love how you took us there, and you broke that down with the Elohim so incredibly.
Yeah, I hope I didn't derail you.
No, it didn't at all. So this is my question, though, with that. With the Elohim being divided up, 69, give or take, and they are now ruling over various factions of the human race, and we know that they chose to not do it justly and to operate and descend into more and more evil.
Right.
And then even doing what was considered complete blasphemy and desiring worship for themselves. And that's why we have so much of this idol worship and false god worship littered throughout our history, right?
Right.
You think that's a product of the fall, or is that just a product that's built into this earthly realm? Because I don't believe Earth was ever designed to be ruled by them in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It was always Adam and Eve walking with God through the cool of the day, and them going out and spreading Eden throughout the entirety of earth with the Most High God, the ultimate Elohim at the head ruling. But then since they rebelled at Babel, is like some sort of switch get kind of flipped as far as, okay, left to their own devices, just like man, they're fallible and they're going to go down their own path. But they'll have a level of judgment that's happening that's outside of the judgment that happens with the human race. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Well, what's the question in it?
Is the question of the fact that the built-in fail-safes in this world where the systems continue to be established and ultimately fail, is that a product of this realm of earth, or is that a product of sin and the fall that happened, which I guess corrupted the code?
I think, and I could be wrong about this, but the way I envision it is, that's why I say I don't think we're at war with this, what we're calling realm. You could also call it state of consciousness, because ultimately that's how I envision getting kicked out of Eden, was we lost access to a
higher state of consciousness.
higher state of consciousness. Or we lost legitimate access, and certainly we lost what's the word I'm looking for? It was no longer our default access, right?
Right.
There's this process of basically clawing our way back, and ultimately the only way that can be accomplished is through a redeemer. But so the way I envision it, bro, and maybe this will change, as maybe it'll change in this conversation, maybe it'll change over the years, but the way I understand it right now is this realm is too low of a state of consciousness for any being to govern from it effectively.
That's what I'm asking. Yes.
Over earth.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
So I don't know that sin is built into it. I think sin got us here, but I don't think sin got lions and tigers here. They suffer consequences of us descending into sin. You know what I mean? So they suffer because we lost. That's why Hebrews says that all creation groans, waiting in eager anticipation for the manifestation of the Elohim, the sons of God. Yeah. For us to go back to our seat at the table, because they were, the writer of Hebrews says, unwillingly subjected to death. What subjected creation to death? It wasn't the rest of creation's sin. It was our sin. So as the governors, we fell from the higher consciousness from which we were supposed to judge and govern these beings that existed in a lower state of consciousness. And that was the only realm we could do that effectively from. I would even make an argument that potentially I wonder if there's not some significance to Elohim are created within the realm of spirit, which we're basically saying tonight is just a higher frequency level of consciousness, meaning that you don't need these lower density. You can be a being of light and move through that reality perfectly well. You don't need this dense level of corporeal mass to move through that realm effectively and even move upon this realm effectively.
Right.
But is it possible that we were always on a mission to advance the kingdom of heaven, so even a higher level of consciousness than that? See, to me, I think if we had stayed in that spiritual realm, being one of the Elohim, but ruling righteously, and we had done our job correctly, by the time we finished expanding the garden across this planet and advanced the kingdom of heaven, the Eden consciousness across this planet, I think what would have manifested here is not the spirit realm, it's the heaven realm, which is even higher than that.
Right.
Which is the mission we're now, as the church, back on. Whether we're really doing it or not, we're supposed to be back in mission, operating from a higher level of consciousness. I believe the kingdom of heaven is either higher than the spirit realm, or it is the highest level of the spirit realm. It's the presence of the living God, the very presence of God.
I just had a thought. And so that's more than likely the reason why Jesus had to enter into this realm as a child through the womb of Mary. And he then, in his adult life, is saying, unless you come as a child,
right,
you won't be able to inherit the kingdom.
Yes.
And so him literally descending from the highest level,
yes,
and we're using the word consciousness, right?
Right.
Coming down to be able to interact on this earthly realm. He did not choose to just start like he could have, because as far as we understand, when Adam was created, he was a fully formed adult. The scripture doesn't say that he was an adolescent and he's growing into an adult. But Jesus says, I'm starting from an infant in this realm and growing all the way up.
Yes.
That's interesting.
So, everyone who's ever practiced stillness, mindfulness, consciousness, and I'm using words that get used in the New Age too, so I'm not necessarily...
They don't get the corner on these words.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not endorsing points of view that have used that verbiage,
right.
But what I am saying is anybody that's ever practiced any discipline like that, which definitely, if Jesus of Nazareth is to be believed, is supposed to include believers... anyone who's ever done that will tell you the first level of that is becoming the observer, right?
Yes.
And we've explained that before. That's just remembering that you're not the avatar. You've basically been subjected to thinking you are the avatar. Your little character has been running through this realm, and you thought that was you. And that the becoming the observer is just remembering that you actually have the controls in your hand and you're actually watching your little character do its thing. John St. Julian makes the statement, and many others have made similar statements, but his way of wording it works well for me, that there's a level beyond that. So the level beyond total fallen matrix consciousness, false reality consciousness, animal nature consciousness, knowledge of good and evil operating system consciousness, that level is just being the avatar and thinking that's the whole thing. The level above that is being the observer and recognizing that you're holding some controls and you get to co-create this reality with God. But there's a level above that, which is the awareness of all, which includes the observers. So becoming aware of being the observer is one thing, but becoming aware of watching the observer interact with the avatar is something else. In that place of being the awareness, or he calls it the loving awareness of the observer operating on the avatar, that level, being the awareness of the unawareness, is the definition of pure presence. Because at that higher level that we're describing, and this is a little, go back and listen a couple times if you have to. Draw it on a paper if you have to.
Yeah.
Really. Draw it as rings inside of each other.
Yes.
What you will see is at that very highest level of consciousness that we're describing, there is no longer any I. You're the awareness of the unawareness. And when you're there, you're just hid with Christ. You're united with God. There is only I am. That's what we keep trying to get at. The I am. There is only him there, which is, I think, what the kingdom of heaven is. There's only God in that place. And because there is no self-identity there, you're free of every shackle. You're free of all thought-induced realities. You just are still and know. And in that place, which is almost impossible to describe in words and really can only be experienced. But the reason I'm saying draw this as rings on a paper is because you'll see it's outer court, inner court, holy place. That's what we're describing.
Yes.
Earth, spirit realm, heaven. That's what we're describing is this journey back to absolute unity. Now, here's the argument that I would make. What if when God created the Elohim and gave them unlimited access to the spirit realm and the realm of heaven? Because remember, Job opens up the divine council, the Elohim, the sons of God are at a staff meeting, and the adversary is there among them, right? And the adversary there is a job description, not necessarily a persona. It's
or name.
Actually, yeah, it's someone that was filling that role. We don't exactly know who, but the adversary is there among them. That's his role. They are in the realm of heaven, but they function through the realm of spirit on this reality.
Right.
But what if it was that unlimited access to both of those realms that left them in an unredeemable position when they left their former estate, their right estate, their assigned estate, and came down into this lowest reality, or the lowest above hell? What if it was because of that unlimited access to presence with him that there was no path to redemption? We've talked about this before. You are judged in whatever realm
that you
violate.
Yes.
The rules of that realm.
Yes.
So it feels like Adam being placed in this Eden consciousness with only one rule. There's two trees in the midst of the garden. You can eat from one of them, don't eat from the other one. It feels to me like God was taking the slow route to bringing us into that state of unlimited access to the highest realm of consciousness that is only him.
Almost like he saw, again, you having too much access.
I'm not going to let it happen. We're going to build character. And so he was coming down, walking in the cool of the day with them. He was bringing the kingdom of heaven down into the spirit realm and moving through the earth realm with Adam and Eve, but then withdrawing to allow them to continue to learn and grow.
Yes. And establish dominion.
Right. So basically, he was safeguarding them from having the kind of falls that had happened previously, because there was more than one rebellion in heaven, and there's redemption tied up with none of them.
Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness.
So basically, it was, you have access to me, so I bring this realm to you. You have proximity to me because the spirit realm is very close. It's that inner court. You have responsibility here in this outer court. And if you mess up, which you will, I've got a way back. And so Jesus has to come down through all those realms and make the journey back up successfully without falling off the ladder to reestablish our precedent of access. And so now we're better off, in my understanding, we're better off than Adam and Eve were if we avail ourselves of it. Because we have been made in Christ to sit with Christ Jesus in heavenly places, to sit in heavenly places in Christ Jesus. So he is sat down at the right hand of the majesty on high with a very specific time scale, until all things are put into subjection under his feet.
That's right.
Us being the body, Christ Jesus being the head. So it means that where Adam was in the spirit realm, growing into the ability to have that access in heaven, now Adam's head is enthroned in heaven. And we are the feet of that on earth. But we have more access now through Christ Jesus than Adam and Eve had originally.
That is a powerful insight.
Because he's already brought the end game.
Yeah. That's incredible. So with all that being said, because I love how we've kind of laid out the groundwork and the foundation for understanding why we're not, and I'll say it again, playing whack-a-mole
right,
with all of the various iterations of evil that consistently reveal itself throughout the system or systems of this world.
Yes.
I think it's wise for us not to become so caught up and distracted by yet another example being uncovered, revealed to us. I mean, the name that's been floating around all of social media and all of our news broadcasts for this last several months, it's really been an ongoing topic for years, but now like the fervor has kind of reached a fever pitch right now. Epstein.
Oh, Jesus, he said it.
I said it. Epstein, and before that it was Diddy. right?
By the way, y'all made me laugh when you really did bleep out what I said last week. It was wise, but it made me laugh. It caught me by surprise.
I thought that was kind of funny, man.
It was.
But yeah, so like the system of this world has now put a big, gigantic target on this man. And like I said before, it was Diddy. And they're pointing him out to all of us and revealing a lot of, or peeling back the layers of deception and evil incarnate, mixed in with a lot of sensationalism. And I think it's all meant to not just educate, but there's an element of distraction there as well. And so how do we recognize when we're being bamboozled?
Right.
When they're trying to leverage our outrage for the scapegoat right now. And why we're so focused on capturing that iteration of evil in our proverbial little glass bottle and tucking it away and imprisoning it or throwing it away or destroying it. But we are not apt to do any other deeper research to find out what produced this in the first place. And are we blindly allowing ourselves to look the other way until the next one is produced and is revealed to the point where it's like, okay, you're getting a little too deep into the foundations of the factory, right? We need to go ahead and give you another sacrificial lamb, so to speak, for you to do what you need to do to feel justified, like you've done your good deed.
I might have just come up with a title for this episode.
Oh, man.
Epstein, Goliath, and Barabbas, what they all have in common. Breaking the matrix.
That's good.
Do you want a quick break before we launch into this?
I'm good, actually.
I mean, for your post, that's all.
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay,
good.
you're all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Back to the classics here for Antikemi. Mirrors on the ceiling with pink champagne on ice.
Come on.
And she said, "We are all just prisoners here of our own device. And in the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast, stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door, had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Relax," said the night man. "We are programmed to receive.
Oh, there it goes.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave." Okay. So, what is it about this reality that we all agree that we're living in? And I say it that way because sometime we'll have to talk about the fact that even from the point of view of many scientists, reality is what it is because we all agree that it is that.
There we go. There's a level of unity. Our decision to come together.
Let me drop this out there for those that have ears to hear. Thought is a phenomenally powerful thing. So much more powerful than we think that it is. thought is so much more powerful than words on their own. Because, man, I really hope I can say this with the clarity that it deserves. Words are only as powerful as the thought behind them. Whew. And by thought, I mean the true belief.
Yes.
The core belief.
The intention.
This is why you have billionaire preachers who are, and I've got air quotes around preachers, who are, you know, living in houses that there's not many presidents that can live in a house like that. Flying their own personal jet, like fleets of their own personal jets, telling their television congregations and their megachurch in-person crowd that you can't give voice to the negative because whatever you focus on, whatever you give your attention to is what you will get. Believe it or not, that's one of the greatest deceptions that has ever been perpetrated on humanity. It is at the core of what I told our church recently, represents the inversion behind the prosperity gospel, new thought, most of New Age thought.
Yes.
Most of those camps will agree, don't talk about the negative because you'll get more of it. You're putting that out.
Yes.
Think about the brilliance of that as a strategy for the ones that are perpetrating the negativity, from the archons down, from the adversary down, to have everybody that is the most spiritual, the most alive, the most awakened, the most, the closest to realizing the power that is in them, to have them all believing that we cannot acknowledge the dark because we'll get more of it. We have to speak life.
Yeah.
And we wind up with, this trickles all the way through church culture, all the way down to, how are you, brother or sister? And they don't say, I just found out I'm in 4th stage leukemia. I'm pondering suicide.
Yeah.
I'm blessed and highly favored, too blessed to be stressed. And when they can no longer dance when you pipe, when they can no longer play along, they just drop away from the church. They just check out of life because they just can't participate in the illusion anymore. But they don't know what else to do. So they just disappear, right? They depopulate.
Right.
They run out of mana in the game. When you have convinced those people that to name the darkness is to give it power, you have provided yourself the ultimate cover that I can perpetrate. People say, you know, that pastor shouldn't have slept with 3 women as congregation. Check the comments. There'll be 100 of them saying, you know, pastors are just humans too.
Yeah.
Don't touch the Lord's anointed. The programming runs so deep.
What did, she do?
Right,
Yeah.
right. The programming runs so deep. Just pray for them. No, don't just pray for them. They're raping the sheep. Get them the hell out of the
Yes.
fold.
Yes.
They can
Yes.
come back to Jesus. They can't come anywhere near the pulpit again.
Again. Right.
Because you don't give a wolf a knife and a fork. And so ultimately, and I'm not saying that as a one-size-fits-all thing, Restoration to ministry is a very case-by-case situation that should be dealt with by the bishopric that is over the minister in question. But you know what I'm saying.
No, for sure.
So the point is, of all of that is to say, if that's not the truth, if it's not the truth, because you can tell it's not the truth to say you can't name the darkness because you're giving it power, but you can tell that's not the truth because the fruit of that is horrible. We give endless cover to perpetrators and to a system that is perpetrating.
Yes, we do.
Because of our fear of, and so we don't go to the, I mean, it gets crazy. People don't go to the doctor because they don't want to give the sickness power. I'm all for somebody having faith and claiming their healing, but don't be a moron. Like, if it hits a point where your faith maybe isn't quite up to that task and the disease is eating away at you, go see a doctor and find out what's going on, right?
Right.
So if that's not the truth, and you can tell it's not because of the fruit it produces, cover for darkness. What is the truth? Well, the real truth behind this, in my perception, is that it's not so much the words you say that produce the effect you get as it is the beliefs that drive those words. So for one person to say, I'm very sick, I need to go see, I'm experiencing really bad sickness. And I altered the way I said that because you can learn how to use your words more carefully. You don't have to say, I'm very sick. You can say, I'm experiencing a lot of really concerning symptoms. That is a healthier way to learn to speak.
It is.
Take less ownership of what you don't want, right? But if the belief that's driving that statement is God will give wisdom, I'm not going to go home a day before my time. God will give wisdom. I need to know what's going on, what the body is experiencing, so that I can move forward with a level of clarity. No harm is going to come. Only good is going to come of those words. But if the belief that is driving those same words is, this always happens to me, worst case scenario is always what plays out, I'm going to die, those things are what, because any witch will tell you, any magician worth their salt, real, I'm talking about like wizards, they will tell you the thing is not the thing, the intent.
There you go.
That is vested in the thing is what's powerful.
That's what makes the difference.
So when they would make an idol, the ancients weren't morons. They didn't think, God mocked them by saying, you make stuff out of wood and stone. And the mockery is valid. But we misunderstand that because they didn't think that the block of wood coated in gold was the God. But they did think that if they made it with the intention of worship and setting up an altar to establish an embassy of the entity behind that piece of material, they considered it a physical representation of that
reality.
Yeah, that entity, right? And they would have ceremonies. A lot of times they're called opening of the mouth so that it can receive the food from the altar and speak to the priests. So they understood that this is a physical representation of a spiritual entity. they did not think that that was the entity. They're not like, 4-year-old kids can believe that Santa Claus is at every mall.
Yeah.
But as they get a little older, they start to have questions. How does he pop up in 3 places on the same day at the same time?
Right.
They understood this is a representation in the physical realm that because of the intention that has been put in it and the dedication that has been made of it has the ability to function as a conduit, a representation, a physical representation, and the power was in the intent, right? So what I'm getting at is thought is incredibly powerful.
Yes, sir.
Because thought has the effect on frequency of changing the way that the frequency operates. This goes back to those experiments they do with photons.
Yes.
Where unobserved they act one way and observed they act
totally
a different way.
Yeah.
So thought has an impact, and what a lot of people don't seem to realize is that agreement doesn't just increase the potency of thought by, like, if you and I are in one accord, which is what that means, we're on the same frequency about something. Mm-hmm. Our agreement doesn't double it. It's exponential. It multiplies it by itself.
Yes.
So the next person that agrees, it's exponential again. So our thoughts are actually condensing waveforms, higher frequency realities, down closer and closer to physicality here in the lowest dimensions. So the collective beliefs of the human creature, what we all agree on, is unbelievably powerful. And essentially, in many ways, what we all believe about the reality we inhabit is what slows those waveforms down of the beliefs and brings them into physicality. It condenses those spiritual ideas down into such a low resonance that it appears in reality as physicality in this dimension. And so now you don't have to buy what I'm selling, but study it, because you're going to find there's a lot to what I'm saying. I'm saying that to the listener. So when Jesus tells us that the kingdom is within us, that's an individual statement. The kingdom is within you.
Yeah.
But when he tells us wherever 2 or more of you agree on any one thing, there am I in the midst of them, and what's in the midst of you, and whatsoever ye ask of the Father in my name, you will have it. When 2 or more believers come together in a shared resonance where our thought process, the belief, the core beliefs that's driving our thoughts and words is in alignment with each other and with Christ, and thereby with the Father, the internal realm of heaven, of the kingdom of heaven, begins to take on a density that begins to materialize in the midst of us, not just within us, but in the midst of us, meaning the kingdom of heaven begins to take on physicality. So we're really talking here about like the science of the miraculous, the science of signs and wonders in many ways is what we're discussing. The more of us that can come together in that level of agreement where the core beliefs that are driving our thoughts and words are aligned with each other and with Christ, the more physicality the kingdom of heaven will take on in our midst. And the more we will literally manifest it down into this realm of time, space, and matter. And so when we discuss these concepts about how the illusion continually traps us, we have to realize that what is being played on has to do with our core beliefs, what we really believe. This is why we have to be transformed daily by being renewed in the spirit of our mind.
Yes.
Because you can't fake this. Because no matter what you say, what you believe is the intent that's going to inhabit those words. What you truly believe is what is going to inhabit those words. So the real truth is, yes, it matters what you say, but it matters at a much lower level than what you truly believe that drives the thoughts that produce what you say, which is why Jesus says, either make the tree good and its fruit good,
yeah.
or make the tree bad and its fruit bad. You can't bring forth good things out of a bad treasure house, and you can't bring forth bad things out of a good treasure house. Satan quotes, everybody makes the observation that Jesus overcame Satan when he was tempted of the devil by quoting scripture to him. It is written. But what a lot of people don't seem to notice is that Satan quoted scripture right back at him. But the devil's true beliefs about the world are what vests his words with power. So, and his true beliefs about God, which is why Jesus was able to say, he's been a liar since the beginning. He cannot speak the truth because the truth is not in him. So when he quotes scripture, somehow he's speaking a lie. It's not that the truth is not with him. He knows scripture. He has the truth. He's holding it in unrighteousness. He has the truth. He has the knowledge of it. But because what is in him is pure falsehood, he cannot speak the truth. So if you grasp that, then you grasp what I'm saying about it's less about the words that come out of your mouth and more about the beliefs that drive the thoughts behind the words. That's where we have to be transformed. That's where the Holy Spirit is the only mechanism that can move upon us to recreate us from the inside out so that our beliefs, our core beliefs about God, ourselves, each other, the nature of reality, begin to align with his kingdom and his righteousness. And then the words that come out of our mouths, even if they are imperfect, will begin to manifest that reality among us, because it's one thing to be imperfect, it's another thing to be corrupted.
100%. Yeah.
Adam and Eve had a lot of maturing to do, but they were uncorrupted. You can be imperfect and be uncorrupted.
Yeah. That.
So why are we talking about this in relation to the question you asked about how we see when that reality is moving on us? To me, what the Nightman said when they stabbed the beast with their stealing knives, but they couldn't kill it. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. The reason that that is true of this reality is because of the core beliefs we all have, that we all share about what reality is and what makes this world the way we experience it.
Yeah.
If we can begin to realize that the way we experience this world, because we are truly, as Adam's children, we are co-creators with our Maker. If we can begin to realize that the only place that prime reality, ultimate truth exists is in that inner court, is in the presence of the I am, where no other form of identity means anything anymore.
Right.
If we can begin to recognize that the matrix starts to glitch and fall apart, and we no longer have to cling to these beliefs that make it what it is, and our experience of it can become something else. And look up Almalanga, Guatemala sometime if y'all ever want a positive rabbit hole. These farmers in Almalanga, Guatemala, I know people personally who've gone to see it with their own eyes. Believers. And Almalanga, Guatemala had terrible growing conditions, just a ton of poverty. As the church began to really take root and there was revival in the local church there, the farmers began gathering. They set up a prayer mountain and they began to pray 24 hours a day over their city. And when they would plant the seeds, they would pray over them and they would speak into the earth. And what developed there is now carrots the size of watermelons. Like, they didn't start putting a special fertilizer on it. People come from every part of that part of the Americas to get the produce that comes from there. The locals, the economy is incredibly successful, right, thriving. There's no explanation for it other than the kingdom of heaven has begun to manifest in their midst, and it's gone on for a few decades now, where something happened, where the nature of reality adjusted to accommodate the shifted belief of the people that live there. And it's not the only example of places like that. We don't see it as often as we should, but it's not the only example where that kind of thing has taken place. It's a real thing. It can really happen.
I mean, going back to what we talked about last time, I think that's also what made the Tower of Babel so dangerous.
Yes.
Because that level of intention and uniformity, that sameness, that vibrating on the exact same wavelength, you are able to start to really peel back the layers into things that we're not supposed to interface with.
Well, remember we said last week that the chapter 10 of Genesis already makes the statement that as Noah's children spread out, they developed borders, nations, and tongues. And then we find in chapter 11 that they all have one lip and one narrative, one speech. So 3 different words for speech. And we find in chapter 10 that their inner speech their tongue is beginning to adjust by locality, but something about the narrative was totally cohesive. And it would appear that's what the Lord ultimately confused. What I see happening there is a layer of dissociation coming between what people say and what they really believe. It says, so one would ask for mortar and they would give him brick, But basically, the idea is this disconnect between the intent of the words and the narrative caused a break in the cohesiveness of what they could manifest among them. So if we are returned by the Holy Spirit to a point where, right?
Yeah.
Our agreement is so profound that the tongue, the lip, the words can be different, but there's such a cohesiveness of what's driving that. Have you ever had that experience in a foreign country of just sitting with a believer that you can't really converse with and experiencing total fellowship?
Oh, man, come on. My first trip to Burma, the plane lands down in Yangon in Myanmar, and we have service that night. And the service is in all Burmese. And they have a level of translation here or there, but I mean, I'm already like experiencing the worst jet lag of my life. But I do remember as they began to enter into praise and worship in a complete foreign language, the same spirit that raised Jesus from the dead, the same spirit that lived inside me, that obviously lived inside them, it began to manifest. Like, tangibly almost inside the room. And you can feel, like, I don't understand in my native language what you are saying, but you are obviously lifting up a sound that's creating an atmosphere for the King of Glory to visit this realm, this space. You can feel it. In the same way I know that there was times when I would be ministering and I'm preaching, and even though they may have somebody who's translating, you could see people react, and they may speak a little English, but other people didn't. And they're really waiting for the translation to confirm what their spirit is receiving, what their mind is coming into agreement with. And they would have a very tangible reaction to that. Way more so than what we see in America, to the point where we're speaking the same language, allegedly.
Yeah.
But there's a definite disconnect sometimes in our services, and maybe it's because we've been spoiled and we become very complacent.
These people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me.
There's something kind of missing there.
Sometimes I think that part of that struggle comes, and I'm sure our brothers and sisters in other places would tell us that they can relate to this because it's really connected just to the human experience. Yeah. But from where we sit, we can observe like you're saying, so much of a higher level. That's what I've experienced in places like Haiti and deep Mexico and Guatemala and places where there's less attachment to physical, to materiality. My experience has been that they are enjoying Jesus much more than we tend to. For instance, in Haiti, people would walk for, hours
miles
to come to service. And they're not coming for me. They've never heard of me. They're excited that there's a preacher from America, but actually, if that church announces revival services, they're coming.
Pulling up, right.
But yeah, they're excited that there's a preacher from America. But that's no different than if you live in any town and something happens, let's go. Something's happening. But they're walking for hours under duress, very intense physical conditions, at great danger, because moving around in places like that is dangerous.
Yeah.
And then they get to service and they are the Energizer Bunny. They want to, 10:30 at night, and I was being put up to preach, and I'm like, I'll greet the crowd. And he said, if you want to start a riot, that's what you'll do.
You better not. You better preach.
You better preach. And then they were mad because I quit after an hour. Genuinely, like almost offended because of the effort it had taken to get there. And so the sheer exuberance of their joy at being together and being in his presence and hearing the word broken. And it feels to me like the less vested you are in the realm of materiality, the purer your ability to just naturally enjoy the riches of heaven becomes. It's just much easier to be there for the right reasons and be all there. You don't have anything pulling at you.
That's the key. Yeah, it's like being completely present.
Yeah.
Don't find yourself drifting off to some other place. And that goes back to you drawing out the layers where you become not just the avatar, now you become the observer. And now the highest form,
the awareness of the observer.
The awareness of the observer, yeah. Like that's just the tippy top.
Yeah, because I am not in the equation anymore.
Yeah.
That's freedom. And what it has liberated you from is all thought-based reality. Anytime we can, because that's why I wanted to take the time to try to explain the mechanics of us all collectively drawing the frequency of the world we believe in down into the realm of physicality and causing it by our shared beliefs to manifest. I wanted to bring that out so that I could help people maybe begin to understand the emancipation that happens when you break free of all thought-based reality structures. When you are simply present with presence, you're totally hid with Christ. In that place, it's not just that anything is possible, also everything is possible, but even beyond that, it all is. There's no longer distance between, there's no yearning. There's no, you've gained everything.
Yeah.
You're in it. You're in the big middle of it. Have you ever been having just such a good time and you look at the people you're with, or your wife. Every now and then, Brooke and I will have a moment like this, or I've had a couple of these moments with like Dr. Willis and some of our, friends. We'll be sitting around just really, it's just a moment where everything hits, and for just a minute, you wouldn't change anything about what you're in right now, who you're with, what you're doing, the temperature, there's just these moments. And I've, turned to the person I'm with, and we've just said, man, this is it. Like, we're in the big middle of it. Whatever it was we wanted, this, like, we're in it.
We're here, yeah.
We're here. That is such a tiny part of the human experience in this realm, and some people never get it. That's just everything all the time with him in that place. Which is why some people tend to fall into the trap of, this is how you get, and it's not always a trap. Some people are called to this, but this is how you get the desert fathers. This is how people just disappear.
Yeah.
They just go, I'm not coming back.
Right. I've experienced what there is to experience.
Which lacks one thing, dominion. So we need some people that are called to that, to show us the way and to make us aware that it exists. But we need way more people that know how to get there, and then they know how to operate from that awareness until they're tapped out, like Jesus did, and then withdraw, refuel, get there again, and then come back and operate on this awareness. So this statement of the watchman in our song, that you need to relax, we are programmed. Now, they had to write a poem, so they had to say, and it was a good statement, we are programmed to receive. But actually, he could have stopped at relax, we are programmed.
Full stop.
Full stop. Because what is being spoken of there is our shared belief about the situation we find ourselves in. He just said, I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. What do you mean? It's your car is parked right outside. You had us in it on the dark desert highway, wind in your hair. You know the way back to where you were before. But there's a difference. In the first verse of the song, the speaker has never been to Hotel California. And that therein lieth the rub, because I don't think the singer is saying, I had to get back to outside where my car was parked and back on the road. I need to get back to before I knew this reality. This is really a metaphor for the knowledge of good and evil.
Right.
Because now that I've been here and I've seen the beast, now I'm stuck. Now my reality is that this is real and this exists. How do I unring that bell?
You can't.
And so, one thing we need to be really aware of is that anytime the master of ceremonies at that event produces spectacle, what is happening is that we are being given an invitation that is nearly impossible to refuse. This goes back to
automatically reach out for it.
That's time number 2 on this podcast.
Yeah.
And if you were doing it to me, I would probably be doing the same thing. I try really hard not to.
But it's that level of,
oh my God, you're programmed.
yes, to reach out to receive.
Why did you take that tissue? Programming. It's buried so deep in you. That impulse happened so deep in your brain that I watched your eyes flicker as it hit, but it was too late. Your fingers were already closing.
Yeah. Yep.
You're programmed. I'm programmed. We're programmed. We have programmed responses that are driven by our deepest beliefs and our deepest understandings of the world. And we're usually in the middle of existing within those beliefs before we even become conscious of it.
Yeah, we're not even aware yet.
Stab it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Before what? Before I knew about Hotel California. Before I ever came here. Before I ever saw this. Before I ever learned this. And the night man is kind of right. You're programmed. And so anytime you're given spectacle, what's happening is that you're being handed the contract. Me handing you a tissue and you taking it, that's a social contract. That's really in many ways what's driving that. It's the same reason primates pull mites out of each other's hair. And, you know, why does your dog, like, I understand why people pet dogs. But why do dogs receive petting? Well, it's not conscious with them that we know of, but there's a completely embedded impulse within them to receive grooming. A grooming gesture is communicating intimacy, trust,
fellowship,
care, fellowship. And you're just two living beings in contact, so you're actually sharing vibrations, which is why if you're sad, your dog starts to know it. And so there's this programming so deeply embedded in the animal nature that those contracts, hey, look at this. And you give it your attention, and suddenly you're back in Hotel California. Suddenly you don't know the way back to before you saw the thing. And anytime that is done, what I want us to try to be aware of is that what is being leveraged there is your thought-based reality. Your perception of the world is what is being manicured. And so Epstein is the murderer that you were afraid was under your bed.
He's the boogeyman.
He's the boogeyman. He is. If we can just get those files, then we can get those files, right? Like, we all want to get the pedophiles, so give us the Epstein files. But what's weird is they gave us the Epstein files, and you know what's happening? Exactly what they thought would happen. Almost nothing.
Literally almost nothing.
Literally almost nothing. And
I mean, I was talking to a buddy this morning early. And I mean, his reaction was like, yeah, I've read through the files. A lot of it is just smoke. A lot of it is
a
just,
huge amount of it is just
right, which I don't disagree with necessarily. But it leads to almost a place of like apathy. And I think that's by design.
I mean, you and I watched a video where they made the statement that Donald Trump's name appears in the Epstein files more times than the names of God appear in the Bible.
In the Bible.
That may be true, at least on a technicality. But anybody that's started looking into that will tell you the same thing. Most of that is stuffing. Those files were stuffed with that name. The vast majority of the mentions of that name are the most passing references that have nothing to do with anything we're trying to talk about.
Right.
And the vast majority of them are so immaterial to what actually has us enraged that it doesn't take long before you just start to feel so overwhelmed by the sheer volume. You are literally trying, it's escape from Alcatraz. You are trying to dig your way out of this prison with a teaspoon. And not many people have the wherewithal to do that. And I'm going to tell you a horrible fact that I feel like this, or a horrible truth that I feel like this often reveals to us is, I don't actually care about pedophiles as much as I'd like to think that I do.
And we got to sit with that.
That's very uncomfortable for me. But the truth is, as much as I say, you know, burning is too good for them, whatever, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying they're beyond grace, but we're talking here about systemic issues. Mm-hmm. But as much as we say, you know, release the hounds, do whatever we got to do, I'm tired and I want cereal. And I have a headache, and this is a lot of mentions of a name that have nothing to do with anything. And if there is a mention that's genuinely incriminating, am I really going to be the one that finds it tonight? And so almost all of us, almost to a person, we make one of a couple of very predictable decisions. Either we add our voice to the collective moral outcry, which goes to what you were talking about earlier, the dopamine hit. Mm-hmm. We tweet, we jump on TikTok, we make
leave a comment,
video, leave a comment, post something on our wall, have a fight around the dinner table. And we were seeing earlier where the parts of the brain that light up when you do that are the same parts that light up when you have chocolate or cocaine.
It's the reward system.
It's your reward system. And to add insult to injury, almost immediately you begin craving the next hit, and the part of the brain that lights up there where the dopamine has gone so quick that you need another one, which is how you wind up doom scrolling so that you can observe other people's outrage. Mm-hmm. You've danced to the piper, but now that didn't last long. The comments have already slowed down. The reactions are already whatever. It's 4 hours later, and that's kind of burned itself out. Now you're watching other monkeys perform, other dancing monkeys. Mm-hmm. And so you go through that process, and the part of the brain that's lighting up when you're chasing that next, the hit to deal with the one that's fading, is the part of the brain that addiction lives in. So you've got your reward system, and then you've also got the addiction.
You're entrenching yourself into this cycle.
And what's happening is, like we said earlier, so you're you are falling into categories of response that have more to do with allowing you to reattach yourself to the world you feel comfortable in than they do actually addressing the real issue at hand. So if we really wanted to address what those files are telling us, we would have to have a revolution. That's the truth. Minimally.
I mean,
Minimally.
turn everything upside down.
And we're still, even this part of the conversation, I just want to note, we're still speaking from within the matrix here, because we're still talking about replacing broken systems with breaking systems, right? So we're still, even this, we're still stuck in this version of reality, which is you can check out anytime you like. If we actually had the American Revolution 2.0 right now, we would be checking out, but we wouldn't be leaving. We would be killing back the growth of the invasive species, but it wouldn't be exterminated. We'd just maybe set it back however many decades we could manage to, right? Because of what we talked about earlier, built-in obsolescence. The solution we brought to the table would have its own corruption written into it, and very quickly would become a system that prioritizes its own survival above the good of any part or representative of the system. So, bro, if we really wanted to do something, we would at least have to have a revolution. Here's the thing about a revolution. It's so much worse than a government shutdown.
Talk about it.
No VA, no food stamps, no Social Security. All that goes, we start having a revolution. Katie bar the door. Who's cutting the checks? Who's running the printing presses? Everything that we depend on to exist within this reality, if you're in the middle of a revolution and somebody breaks and enters your home, who do you call?
Yep. Not the police.
Are we down for that? Because that's the only viable response to what's actually in those files. How much do we care about trafficking? How strongly do we actually feel about this?
Yeah.
Are we ready to die? Literally die on this hill? Because we should be. Because there's hundreds of thousands of babies, little precious little children, caught in the teeth of this system. But I also got to live here too. And so do you. And so what happens? They trot out Epstein, and we gather around in the public square on social media and we cry, crucify him.
Yes, we do.
Crucify him. He's dead. All right. Number one, I don't believe you. Number two, let's burn him in effigy and burn him again. All of that is about us. That's not about the babies.
Nope.
That's about doing enough to be able to go back to moving functionally through the reality.
Our conscience.
Yes. And y'all, we're not saying this to shame us. We're talking here about two things. We're talking about human nature, and we're also talking about the mechanism of Babylon. Because believe me, we're not going to leave this discussion on this note. But I think we need to sit with it for a minute. We've been given a villain. We've been given a common enemy. Anytime in Hotel California that the master of ceremonies produces a spectacle, gives you a piñata to beat, you have to recognize that there is a much darker reality that exists behind that thing. That is what we can't be confronting. If we confront that, everything comes crumbling down.
Come on.
So one thing I think we should be aware of is anytime we are given a spectacle that exists within the realm of identity and thought, we are being pulled down into the low vibrational state of post-Eden consciousness, of the realm of consciousness that resonates with the false reality overlay. They are totally fine. Ultimately, they're okay if it brings down Donald Trump. Ultimately, they're okay if it brings down the Clintons. They're okay if it brings down Elon Musk. They're okay. Whoever has to go, because it's actually the system that refuses to be the sacrificial lamb. So if we need to be given a few heads
So be it.
to put on stakes, all right. They kind of know that most likely we won't actually even cut off those heads, but you have to realize that we are dealing with Hydra here. So if we do, 2 more will grow back.
Right.
The thing about Epstein is Epstein was never the problem. Epstein has always been a symptom, and a relatively minor symptom at that. How do we know? Because he's the first one they threw under the bus.
Yeah.
That's how we know.
Yeah.
Because he became a liability kind of quick. That's how we know.
Yes.
He's everything they say he is and more. But he's not our target. He's the diversion. So anytime we are given spectacle, that's one way we can know. Right here, we can check out, but this is not leaving. If we get wrapped up in this, to whatever degree we do, if we get so wrapped up in it that we actually have a revolution, we are checking out, but we're not leaving.
That's the key. Understanding and knowing the difference between checking out and actually leaving. And that's what makes the deception so deep and tangled, is that it's been revealed to us that the checkout process is the same thing as the leaving process. And that's why, I just thought about this, you can have a system that is built for you, for a certain subset of the society to not be successful and to fail. And that's why you can have something like the Emancipation Proclamation. And the papers are given.
Yeah.
You're free.
Right.
But you have no resources.
Right.
No education. No land.
Right.
No real chance to survive in the ecosystem that you are living in.
Right.
In the South, at least. And so that's why a lot end up migrating north.
Right.
Where the system was a little bit more tenable
Yes.
for you to kind of integrate into it and potentially rise up in ranks.
It's very simple. Their economy is more industrialized. They don't need that component of their economy as bad.
Right. But you also have your skill set. You're skilled laborer.
Yeah.
And so now you are potentially being rewarded financially in some aspects of it, but we're not going to give you the whole piece of the pie.
Right.
And so it's like, okay, hence why Bob Marley says, emancipate yourself from mental slavery.
And the next line, none but ourselves can free our minds. Of course, there's a limit to that because actually even we can't. But
Right.
He's right. Nobody else can do it
It's
for
still
you.
a different, deeper layer than what we're settling for.
Yes.
And so it's like, okay, yeah, we'll give you that. We'll allow you to operate inside this found freedom.
Yes.
It's what Pharaoh attempted to do. Okay. Take the men out. Y'all go sacrifice. Leave the women and children here.
Yes.
Moses is like, no. Okay, take the women and children, but leave your animals. Leave your property here. No. He was trying to give you a false sense of release, a false sense of freedom. And that was never, ever going to work. But a lot of us would have fell for that.
Right.
A lot of us would have accepted that. Would have like, that's better than nothing. It's better than what we've had. We've had constant bondage for 400 and plus years.
Yes.
I'll take the weekend pass. Sure.
Yes.
And the Most High is trying to completely destroy
Right.
the system, the world dominating system at play. And so he almost had to be like, I hear your cry. I recognize it. My ear is not turned away from you.
Right.
But I have to allow this system to come to a fever pitch. And the other aspect of it we're not even talking about, and I don't hear a lot of people talk about, what's the verse where it says him pretty much giving the Canaanites all of the rope for them to hang themselves with, basically? Like, allow sin to come to the place where...
the Amorites had to fulfill, wasn't it?
That's what it was, the Amorites, yes.
Abraham was told by the Lord, your descendants will go down and be slaves in a country until the Amorites have, I forget what it says.
Yes, but so people talk about...
fulfilled their iniquity or something like that.
Fulfilled their iniquity?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
So even the Most High is like saying there's a plan and a purpose for why I may seem delayed in what I'm doing or what I'm operating in, right?
Yes.
However, I am going to allow this level of evil to operate till it reaches a point where the justness of my nature has to now consume it completely. Right. And it's without fail. And I'm already God. I can already do what I want. However, I'm showing as a sign and a wonder to the world, this is why this is happening.
Yes.
Why this system has to crumble. So I'm not just focusing on knocking off a couple giants here and there.
Right.
I want the whole kit and caboodle. I want every aspect to be wrapped up and destroyed. And so now when I'm sending in this remnant of people that's now grown into this nation, they're strong enough and have everything at their disposal, all the tools and resources to complete what needs to be done as far as cleansing the land.
This is why the Lord is so obsessed in the conquest era. Moses basically has an obsession with, when you come into this land, be very careful. Don't take up the practices of the people that are there. Don't come into agreement with the altars that are there. Don't marry your children off to their children. Don't take their children for your children. Any of these things that you do, even he goes to great lengths to tell them, be careful that you don't worship your God the way they worship. He says, don't worship Yehovah, your Elohim, the way they worship their Elohim. Moses is obsessed with this idea of, don't let yourself fall prey to the system that's there. I'm not just sending you to replace a people. I'm sending you to destroy a system. And you're going to have this constant tendency to become attached to that system. And he uses the term over and over again, and learn their ways. Understanding that in many ways the promised land exists within you. Understanding that in the allegorical level of understanding of the word, this is a story about conquesting the flesh and taking it back so that you can cleanse it, so that it's a habitable place for God to set up his temple.
Starting up here.
Starting
with
here.
your mind.
So understanding that, you need to understand what a Canaanite is. That a Canaanite is a thought structure that operates from within this density of consciousness, that is obsessed with the things that pertain to animal survival. That's what drove all of Canaanite practice and everything dark that they were involved in. It was all an obsession with fertility and conquest. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So everything that has to do with reproduction and conquest and physical prosperity and all of that. Be really, really careful that you don't become entangled with the mindset that has centered those things. So the Canaanites in me are the impulses, the thought structures, the core beliefs. These are the giants that are inhabiting this land, this earth that the Lord has chosen for himself and promised me that if I will be faithful, he will give me dominion over it and he will allow me to possess it so that from there I can become a light and spread his dominion in this realm. Understanding that that's what a Canaanite is, and that's why I have to treat them the way that I do, and understanding that we can have discussions, profitable discussions, about how could the God of the Bible advocate genocide and all that. Those are profitable discussions, but we don't have to solve those issues to understand the metaphor. The metaphor is easy to wrap your mind around.
Yes, it is.
You have to be brutal. You have to be merciless. You have to be vicious. You have to dedicate those things to destruction and only keep the parts of it that the Lord himself gives you permission to keep.
And we have no problem when it's preached like that from the self-help lens or point of view. Anybody who is an athlete or anybody who says a business coach, they're coaching you to have a violent action towards anything that is going to take you away from your focus.
Yes.
If you're going to multiply anything, do not multiply your distractions.
Right.
You have to violently identify them and eliminate them.
Yes.
And have you ever heard of like the four burner theory?
Four burner? FOUR? Mm-hmm. No, talk to me about it.
So it was like something I had just read, and it was saying something why most like ultra successful and rich men kind of like consistently fail at. Like you look at Elon, you look at Jeff Bezos, you look at Zuckerberg, just go down the list, start naming them. You have like these four burners, and it's like family, and friendship, work, and like health and like like body or whatnot. And so it's like the metaphor is like saying like all the burners can't be on high, burning at the same time. You eventually run out of gas. You can only have 1 to 2, maybe 3 burners. And so what burner are you going to turn down and sacrifice? And so you look at somebody like Jeff Bezos. It's like family.
This is another way of talking about signal versus noise. This is why Elon only has one burner.
Only one burner.
Okay.
Cranked all the way up to high, and that is work.
Right.
Only work. And you can see other people who are successful doing the exact same thing. So it's like, what are you sacrificing?
They keep one on low simmer and one up, but they only have one that's taken the vast lion's share of their...
And so it's like really interesting how it gets you to see how dedicated and laser focused you are when it comes to things that you are eliminating from your life that is taking you away.
Yeah.
And so we have no problem.
We don't have a...
We have no
we
problem.
Understand it.
We embrace it.
Right.
We don't just understand it, we embrace it. We champion it.
Right.
We're like, this is how you need to live your life.
Right.
To be successful. Look at the Elon Musk of the world. Look at the Bezos of the world. This is how they live their life. This is a framework. This is a pattern that you need to make sure you pattern your life after. We completely ignore all of the side effects, all of the brokenness, and all of the things that do come attached to that lifestyle. We focus on all the success aspect of it. But when we look at something like the cleansing of the land and that metaphor, that's too much.
Well, let's play on that, because you're right. We do accept it, but and yes, embrace it. But it's funny because when we see it applied, like people who know Elon don't really like him. People who knew Steve Jobs didn't like him at all.
Yeah.
People, when we see it in action in its purest form, it's off-putting, because let's say that we're talking about success here. We all say we understand that, agree with it, and embrace it, but we all have limits we're not willing to go past, which is why we don't have a helipad on the roof of this room that we're in right now.
Right.
And an example of this from pop culture recently or political culture, was a reporter asked Trump, I'm going back a couple months, right after Charlie Kirk was killed, probably within 2 weeks, right around the time of I think it was right after the memorial. And they said, Mr. President, you were pretty close to Charlie Kirk. How are you handling this personally? How is the grieving process? Do you remember this?
Yes.
Impacting you personally, And I forget if he even gave lip service to like, yeah, that's a terrible thing or whatever, but
No,
basically he didn't, right? He said the event was spectacular, and I think people are really happy about where the economy's at, and then pivoted. He said something about the Dow or whatever, and then he pivoted immediately to, and have you seen this ballroom?
The ballroom.
That everybody is like so excited about, and And everybody was like super taken aback and offended. And I'm like thinking, have you not met him before? Charlie Kirk was not a mole on his backside. I mean, the man he has basically one burner. Are you shocked that what he said is
who he is?
That's his whole thing, yes. Which is why he is who he is.
Right.
That is the attitude that the Bible is advocating we take toward this system that it currently inhabits the promised land we're called to conquest. If you use the metaphor the way you're using it, then other concerns, aside from the one thing that we're supposed to be focused on, those are the Canaanites. So for Trump, personal feelings about this man that he was ostensibly close to that died tragically and brutally, personal feelings are Canaanites. He can't afford that. If he dealt with personal feelings on that level, he would have had a nervous breakdown 10 years ago. Have you ever just thought, I don't care how much you don't like the man, and I'm not really sure who does like him. Like even the people that are like still on his train totally, I'm not sure that they would like want to have a beer with him. I don't think many people like him. Maybe I'm wrong, but
here's a remnant.
Okay, but barring those, if he concerned himself with the kind of humanity that reporter was kind of digging at, no matter how much you don't like the man, have you ever thought about what it's like to get out of bed in the morning when you're him? I mean, wall to wall, nonstop, unrelenting for decades, getting served papers. Everyone hates you. The feds are investigating you.
So it's funny, it wasn't always like that, because I remember a time period before the politics, he was a cultural beloved icon.
He was, but he was constantly embroiled in legal proceedings. Like,
have
you ever been being sued?
No, I've never been sued.
I have.
Oh, congratulations.
Just, the Lord moved on my behalf. But I have.
Yeah.
It's a terrible feeling.
It's a lot.
Oh, horrible feeling. Especially if you are any part of the mishap that led to it, because you also feel responsibility for what happened.
If you're human, at least.
If you're human. I hear you. He was beloved on TV. I get that. Oprah liked him. I get that. Even then, though, the pressure that man has dealt with every morning. And you can say crocodile tears. Absolutely. Yes. I mean, he chose that life. That I get it. But at the same time, it's worth noting that the thing that keeps his motor running is the fact that there are no Canaanites in his life. That man only has the mission he's on.
He's unapologetically about himself.
Nothing else matters. Yeah. He is the Donald Trump show, always has been, always will be. It's not a factor. That's the attitude that the Bible is advocating that we take toward interacting with the system that we're moving through in overcoming the impulses. So in the allegorical read, a good way to think about it is that the men of Canaan, the soldiers, the fighters, those are the actions that spring from the animal nature, just our like instinctive, human, carnal, natural, right? The women, those are the thoughts and emotions that spring from life within this reality. And the babies are the fruit of the actions and the thought, right? So in the allegorical read, when God says, kill the men, kill the women, kill the babies, burn the animals are the influences, spirits, entities, you know. When the Bible speaks in those terms from the allegorical read, you don't have to wrestle with all that stuff about, like, how can a righteous God ask for that? Yes, that's another conversation for a different night. But taking the metaphor from it is easy. God is saying, if you want to dwell in this land that I am giving you, a land where you didn't build the house, I did. You didn't plant the vineyard, I did.
Yes.
A land flowing with milk and honey, which is a whole discussion. But that I believe is talking about the hormones and so on that flow from the center of your brain, from the glands that God put there in the middle to operate the equipment from a higher place. If we want to inhabit that, if we want to dwell in that land and be at peace, we have to have no sympathy for the things that derive from the system that is inhabiting it right now.
Come on.
If we're going to learn how to dwell in this land, we have to divorce everything connected with it, kill everything that comes from it, attack everything that moves from it, destroy everything that thinks from it, which is why I think on one level it's very uncomfortable to realize none of us actually cares as much about pedophiles and all that as we like to say we do, because none of us that I'm aware of were in the streets with machine guns today getting stuff set in order. But even if we did that, sadly, 20 years from now, 100 years from now, our sacrifice ultimately would begin to lose its value, because whatever system we set up in place of that one would begin to fall prey to the same corrupting influences that destroyed this one, which is why we had a Tea Party in the 1770s and we had a Tea Party in the 2010s.
Yeah.
And the Tea Party in the 2010s was an attempt to address what happened to the system that replaced the one we had the Tea Party about in the 1770s. So what we have to recognize is any of these things, and here's a thing that has really helped me, bro. Anything that sets up any one person, and much more importantly, any category of people. So let me put it this way. Any identity that is presented to you as the villain, you can automatically know that what is being presented to you is an opportunity to check out, not an opportunity
for you to leave. Yes, sir. Because
identity exists within the thought-based reality of this realm. Go back and listen to that section again if you need to refresh yourself on what I mean by that, right? But identity, ego, singular and corporate. So who you are in this realm, your avatar, your identity, your nationality. But then, yeah, patriotism, nationality, ethnicity, race, political affiliation, religious identity, religious affiliation. All of these and every other like them are based within the thought-based reality that another word for that is the matrix. Another word for that is Babylon. Another word for that is the false reality overlay, the illusion. Any identity is a product of the thought-based realm. Therefore, for an identity to be presented as either the hero or the villain, the solution or the problem, is still caught within the system that produced it. So if you're being told that the Roman Catholics are Babylon, and the Pope is the beast, the false prophet, the Antichrist, whatever version of that you're being given, the Vatican is Mystery Babylon, the Jesuits are the Cabal, any of those theories, you have to realize there's significant truths underpinning that statement. It's a system that exists within this realm that has been around for a very long time. It's got a lot of corruption in it. Yes, the Antichrist spirit has entrenched itself in that system. It always does in every system. If somebody is telling you that the Jews and showing you all the evidences of why they are the cabal and the Rothschilds and all of that, there's a lot of truth underpinning those statements that are being made, but because you are being given an identity-based villain, you're still in the matrix. This is still a conversation happening inside of Babylon, and ultimately, Babylon will be only too happy to sacrifice any of these identities on the altar of perpetuating the system that produced them. The Jews are as expendable as the Jew, Epstein. The Catholics are as expendable as the Jews are. Everybody is expendable ultimately, as long as we keep the attention away from
the system.
You can stab it with your steely knives. You can check out. But as long as you're still inside Hotel California, and as long as your beliefs have still been framed by the experience of coming into it, you're stuck. Which is what we mean when we say that Antikemi is to lie opposite. It means not to lie opposite of any group, any identity, any cause, any opposition we have to any of those things is a product of what we are and who we're called to be.
It's the outflow from it.
It's the outflow from it. The thing we all have to realize if we actually want to be free is that the system of this world, everything that exists under the sun within the realm of time and space is subject right now to the laws that have been imposed upon it by the fallen, by the adversary, by the God of this world, lowercase g. And so the call of the kingdom has always been, come out of her, my people. Don't share in her sin so that you don't share in her plagues. The Spirit and the bride say, come. Come away with me, my sister, my bride. That's Song of Solomon. we have to transcend the impulse to allow our attention, our angst, our desire to be captured from within this realm so we can observe many things about a topic like Epstein or about a topic like the Rothschilds and we can gain valuable insight from them. But at the point at which they begin to become the villain, the identity, and attacking and maligning and trying to destroy and trying to replace that archetypal villain, whoever it is, the Democrats, the Republicans, at the moment that becomes the essence of our intention, our focus, our hopes, our ambitions, we have been recaptured.
We have. Mm-hmm.
We're back in the net.
Yes.
And we have to recognize that the only way out of this thing is to opt out of the whole thing. And I'll say this, man, this is so uncomfortable for me. But participation is complicity when it is driven by agreement. Jesus did interact with the order of things. For instance, he said to the disciples, obey the scribes and Pharisees, for they sit in Moses' seat. But he had a big asterisk on that. But understand who you are. So participation driven by agreement is complicity. We become the system we are trying to destroy. And the warning of Revelation, come out of her, my people, that you partake not in her plagues. The warning of Revelation is complicity will result in self-destruction, because this realm, this world, this false reality overlay, and everything that is in it is passing away. So the call of the gospel is come out, be separate, establish a different dominion, a different kingdom within this realm from outside of this realm. Address the outside of the cup from the inside of the cup, and by agreement between you, project that sanctification into the realm of physicality and establish the kingdom of heaven where you are, with whom you are. And ultimately, the full manifestation of the destruction of Babylon will be a divine act anyway. So our responsibility ultimately is not individually to destroy, to kill the beast. Our responsibility is to draw New Jerusalem down. It's a city coming down from on high. So our responsibility is to go within, begin to inhabit this land, drive out the Canaanites, and come into agreement with each other in him, and the kingdom of heaven begins to advance across the planet from the inside out. And the corporate church as a religious structure is never going to be the mechanism by which this happens.
No.
It's only going to be...
Hold on. Somebody needs to hear that. Somebody who may be struggling with beating their head against a wall, trying to figure out how they can truly move the needle or make a difference in the corporate structure structure of the way that we do church, number one, it's not even the model that I believe the Most High really intended.
No, but for some reason, when people try to establish that model, they almost always start a cult. Why? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I absolutely do, and it's why I believe that Joseph could not have led the children out, but Moses could.
Right. Well, those attempts to establish that model, if you think about it, they always derive from a charismatic leader's thought-based viewpoint on what the Bible describes as the true ecclesia, the true church, the true kingdom of heaven.
Yes, sir.
So you're still in Babylon. You're still in the matrix. The moment a group begins to become cohesive around a central leader's projection of what they believe the Bible describes as the way the true New Testament church functions, by definition, what has brought you together is a thought-based viewpoint of what, because we can both read the same scriptures about how the church is supposed to function and draw somewhat different conclusions about what they're telling us.
Right.
Because thought, driven by core beliefs that we don't even realize we have, assumptions we don't realize we're holding. Thought has gotten into the mix. We have to move past thought in order to establish the level of agreement that it takes to manifest the kingdom into this realm. This gives me chills. After Jesus spends all this time, I don't remember if it's Luke or Matthew, maybe it's Mark, whatever. All this time, watch it be John after I said that. All this time telling them when and how the Antichrist will appear and what the order of final events will be and all that. Do you remember there's this one moment where the disciples ask a kind of an odd question? Where, Lord?
Mm-hmm.
Now that's interesting. What do you remember what gospel that is? Where, Lord?
I don't.
If you think about that in the context of what we're talking about right now, that's a profound question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know how to find it.
Is it Luke 17?
Yeah, and apparently Matthew 24 as well. So in Matthew 24, at least, Jesus is talking about if they say to you, he's over here, don't believe them. If they say to you, and he's just talked about, you know, except those days will be shortened, there should be no flesh saved, but it will be shortened for the sake of the elect. And actually,
that's Luke 17, 30,
yeah, because
37.
that's where they ask, right?
Yes, sir.
So Jesus just says it in Matthew. Okay, so likewise as it was in the days of Lot, they did eat, they drank, they sold, they planted, they built. All this stuff about if you're on the housetop, don't even come down to get your stuff. If you're in the field, don't go in. Okay. The one shall be taken, the other left. Verse 37, and they answered and said unto him, where, Lord? Isn't that interesting that was
Their response.
Yeah, to him saying, if you're over here, you know, if you're over here, don't come back to there. If you're over. And their response to that whole diatribe is where, Lord? And that has thrown me many times. I've been like, what? That would never have been my question.
That would have been the follow-up.
My follow-ups would have been so different than that. You know, how will I know? When will this be? And they answered and said unto him, where, Lord? And he said unto them, wheresoever the body is, thither the eagles, the vultures, will be gathered together. Okay. This is so profound because that, first of all, their question is actually really good. What realm does this happen in?
Yes.
And his response is, you'll know it when you see it. It will be where the carcass is. Where the dead flesh is lying, that's where this will be. Okay. That's the way the kingdom comes too. That's what we're being told here. Two will be doing the same thing. One will be taken, the other will be left. I would submit to people, being taken in ancient language and in scripture is not usually a good thing. We're so rapture programmed that we read that and think, my God, I'd hate to be the one that was left. I don't think so. We're talking about being suddenly taken away. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But whether it's you're being taken to a higher realm or whether it's, I don't know. I sense, because Revelation says the New Jerusalem is coming down. The kingdom is coming. So if we can escape the impulse to try to use thought to project our understanding of what Jesus is trying to build in the earth, we can escape this matrix. We have to be willing to just let the flesh die. We have to be willing to just let the agreement be found in his presence.
Yes, sir.
Go inside, cease activity, shut down thought, dismiss the mourners, be still and know, come into agreement in that place, and it will manifest, and we will know it when we see it. We'll know we're in it.
We absolutely will. Let's talk about how Goliath factors in, because you name dropped him earlier, and so I cannot have us leave this discussion without like weaving that thread in. You brought up such an incredible point in how the story of David is like a really, really great example of how we look at the evil that pops up and it comes as a threat, and how we can not get caught up in just trying to eliminate.
Yes.
Or go on just a giant killing spree without recognizing like there's an engine behind it that we should really focus on kind of dismantling as well.
Was it Samuel that made the statement when the people wanted a king, the Lord is your king?
Yeah.
I think it was Samuel, right?
It was. But they haven't rejected you. They've rejected me.
Me, the Lord said to Samuel,
Yeah.
they've rejected me as king over them.
Right.
Which, just for for interesting context, if people want to go back, because Goliath is 1 Chronicles 17, but if you want to go back and see some interesting context, Deuteronomy 17, so 1 Chronicles 17 back to Deuteronomy 17, verse 14, when you enter the land which the Lord your God gives you and you possess it and live in it, and you say, not if, when, I will set a king over me like all the nations who are around me. You shall surely set a king over you whom the Lord your God chooses, one from among your countrymen you shall choose. So he gives a bunch of guidance that's interesting. Yeah, he can't be dependent on Egypt, and there's a lot there that has to do with trying to mitigate damage, right?
Right.
When you do this, inevitably. And so all these warnings against taking on the ways of the people that inhabit that land, and yet God is aware that the matrix is bigger than the Canaanites. And he already knows, like, I can get them. It's going to take a long time, and I mean, we all know it still has yet to be totally realized, but he's like, we can deal with the Canaanite layer of the matrix. But even past that, they don't even know how to conceive of the world without kings ruling empires. And so he knows that inevitably they're still going to be stuck inside the system to that degree. So then he sets it up where he can be the one that chooses the king. And ultimately we know that that's a setup to make sure that in the end, it's him that winds up back on the throne again.
Only thing that matters.
Because that's who Jesus is,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, but the funny thing is, the Lord, and I think there's probably a cool rabbit hole here, the Lord doesn't jump straight to David when that time comes. When they do reject the Lord as king over them, and the Lord's like, don't take it personally, Sam. You know, he chooses this other character, Saul, first, and interesting observations are made about Saul. He's head and shoulders above all of the other men of Israel. He's almost a giant. He's not, but he's reminiscent of a giant, right?
He's giant adjacent.
He's giant adjacent. Also, he's hidden among the stuff. That's interesting. He's very beloved. He's highly favored. So Saul is like almost this, to me, Saul is almost like those times in your life where the Lord leads you through a process because it's like when the old school would catch their kids smoking and they would make them smoke the whole pack.
The whole pack, yeah.
It's a little like that to me. It's like, okay, I'm going to choose the king, but I'm going to choose a king that you would be cool with, that you would pick. And I'm going to let you get real sick of that. And then I'm going to give you one you wouldn't pick that I did choose. So it's a funny process, but God is fair. So he's not just playing games with Saul. Saul has the opportunity
He does.
to do the right thing. But of course the Lord knew that he wouldn't, because Saul is from Benjamin and the Messiah has to come from Judah. So the Lord was fully aware of what Saul would do, but he didn't deprive Saul of the opportunity not to do what he did. Anyway, Saul winds up, and you brought it up earlier, he winds up caught in the matrix himself, concerned with politics and and his own thought-based reality about how to do what God told him to do,
Right.
which made more sense to him than the way God said to do it. So Saul winds up rejected by the Lord for these reasons. And the Lord chooses David. And so by the time we find David moving toward the battle line in 1 Chronicles 17, am I right, or is it 2 Chronicles? I've said 1 Chronicles like 13 times.
So as far as David facing Goliath?
Yeah.
It's 1 Samuel 17.
Why are we doing this at this hour? 1 Samuel 17.
Yes, sir.
Ignore everything I said about Chronicles. 1 Samuel 17. And so by the time we meet David coming toward the battle, he's already been chosen by the Lord and anointed by Samuel in Bethlehem. David knows who he is, and he has been I guess made aware of his destiny, but he has no idea of how it will come to be. But he must be catching a glimpse, because Saul begins to be tormented by an evil spirit after he is rejected, because the Spirit of the Lord departs from Saul. And in chapter 16, verse 15, Saul's servants tell him, an evil spirit from God is terrorizing you. Let our Lord now command your servants who are before you. Let them seek a man who is a skillful player on the harp. It shall come about when the evil spirit from God is on you that he shall play the harp. So Saul's like, man, go get me this guy. And they have one like in the wings, because one of the guys there knows, man, this son of Jesse the Bethlehemite is a skillful musician. He's a mighty man of valor, a warrior, prudent in speech, and a handsome man, and the Lord is with him. So Saul sends messengers to Jesse and tells him, send me your son David who's with the flock. Can you imagine? First of all, Samuel was scared to go anoint David because Saul might find out. Now David gets anointed. As soon as he gets anointed, messengers arrive from Saul's house telling Jesse, send me your son David. And that's all he says. So I'm betting Jesse was all nerves when he did this. And I'm betting David is either all nerves, or by the time he finds himself standing in Saul's presence, warding off the evil spirits with the gift that God put in him, David may be beginning to see the plan come together. And then comes the Philistines preparing for battle. And they stand on that side of the mountain, and Israel stands on the mountain under the other side, and there's the valley of Elah between them. Verse 4, is that what we should read?
Yes.
You want to read that? Or?
Then a champion came forward from the army encampment of the Philistines named Goliath from Gath. His height was 6 cubits in the span. Keep going.
I mean, do you have a comment about this, the champion from Gath?
I find it very interesting that he's identified as a champion.
Right.
Meaning that he's battle tested, number one.
Yep.
And he's a winner.
He's a superhero.
Yeah.
He's a super soldier. But we talked about that last time, Hercules and all these guys, demigods. Goliath is a literal demigod. He is the offspring of one of these tainted,
corrupted
DNA genealogies. He's from the bloodline of both a human parentage and the fallen ones. So Goliath is literally a super soldier. I mean, and can you imagine? So like Gath basically now is if I remember right, it's basically a tiny little hill just outside of Gaza. Gath is this little Philistine outpost in Judea, if I remember right. There's no way that Hercules was living in Gath and everybody didn't know about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this champion, when we say champion, this dude is known far and wide. And that would mean that everybody would know another uncomfortable fact about him, which is that he has 4 siblings just like him, at least one of which has 6 digits on each appendage. So that I just think that's helpful context here. Like,
absolutely,
this champion dude is literally the stuff that myths are written about. Like, this guy has ascended the evolutionary chain above everyone else around him, basically. This guy is next door to unkillable. They say there was only one way to kill these. You had to behead them. And they say that, I mean, in the legend and lore around it, the extra biblical stuff, they say these creatures would regenerate anything else you cut off of them or any wound you gave them. They would regenerate.
Yep.
Okay.
And you can read on, he had a bronze helmet on his head. He wore a scale armor, which weighed 5,000 shekels of bronze.
That, I wanted to just point that out. Scale armor. Do you know how many times that appears in Scripture?
It's probably only this time.
It's the only time. The only other time that word appears is when you're talking about scales on sea animals. So, yeah. There's a image being drawn here, arguably, and it's hard to ignore to me. What else is scaly besides a fish?
I'll take a snake for 1,000 ounces.
A serpent and a dragon.
Yeah.
Those are the images. Those are the other animals that scales brings up in our minds. So
interesting point, too. I thought about this the other day. As imposing physically as Goliath was, as skillful with war as he apparently was, because he was the no-brainer first choice as the champion of the entire Philistine army, he still didn't come to this battle without his armor.
Right. 100%.
He could have, without the power of Yehovah, he didn't need a shield, a spear, a sword. He probably could have made short work of really any regular man with his bare hands.
Right.
Probably without breaking a sweat. But even as imposing and as violent and as dangerous as he was,
right,
our enemy still understands the value of armor.
Come on.
And will not engage in this realm without being armored up.
Yes, sir. That's a good observation, man. So, yeah, it describes all this stuff he has. I just wanted to point out the scale armor because we're being given little clues to point to make sure you get what's at stake here.
Right.
This is the serpent kingdom up against the kingdom of light.
Right.
He stood and shouted
to the ranks of Israel, and he said to them, why do you come out to draw up in battle formation? Am I not the Philistine?
The Philistine.
Mm-hmm. And you the servants of Saul?
What's he doing here, bro?
He's identifying, well, it's egos at the very, very front.
For sure. He's seeding thought patterns, thought structures. He's bringing them into agreement with the way he wants their reality to be framed.
Yes.
Am I not the Philistine and you the servants of Saul? He easily could have said, are we not the Philistines? Am I not a Philistine? And he could have easily said, and you the servants of the Most High? He did not. He framed their reality. Am I not the Philistine and you the servants of Saul? Be so careful when this realm we're moving through makes an attempt, presents you with a spectacle that is designed to condition your thought patterns into agreement with the way that your reality is, they want your reality to be perceived.
Yeah, don't allow them to shape the narrative.
Because that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's bringing them into agreement with a thought-based structure of reality. Okay.
I love it how he says, choose a man as your representative and have him come down to me. Come down into my lower realm, to my arena. Let's do battle here at this lower realm. If he is able to fight me and kill me, then we will become your servants. But if I prevail against him and kill him, then you shall become our servants and serve us. Then the Philistine said, I have defied the ranks of Israel this day. Give me a man so that we may fight together. When Saul and all Israel heard these words of the Philistine, they were dismayed and very fearful.
So their response was agreement. They didn't agree to his terms of send me a man because they couldn't get anybody to do it, but they agreed to his framing of reality. They were dismayed and very fearful. When the narrative you are receiving is seeding you with fear, dismay, hopelessness, depression, outrage, exhaustion, helplessness, when the narrative you are receiving is bearing that fruit in your mind, disconnect, unplug. It doesn't matter. Whatever is at the end of that rabbit hole is not worth coming into agreement with that frequency. These same words we're about to hear, that these same words landed on David's ears very differently. But if Saul and the Israelites were wise, they would find some way to unplug from the input because they were not in a place to receive it without coming into agreement with it. I think that's a huge key to knowing how to interact with this realm. If you are not in a place to receive the input without coming into agreement with it, step away, back away. You don't have, just because Goliath is yelling does not mean you have to listen.
I'm trying to read. Where is it at? So if I skip down to verse 16. And the Philistine came forward morning and evening and took his stand for 40 days. How wrapped up in the Epstein files? How wrapped up in all of in the Diddy documentary have we inundated ourselves day after day after day with this giant standing up every day Probably in the morning time.
Morning and evening for 40 days and took his stand.
And so, how do we start our day?
Yeah.
Grab this device.
Right.
Go to start to scroll. The first thing the algorithm is pushing to the top of your news feed is
Epstein. Charlie Kirk.
All of these different
Minneapolis.
giants of the system.
Trump, ICE.
Right. And you're finding yourself just completely almost overwhelmed. And to the point where it's like, I've already come into agreement because I'm clicking on it. I'm engaging with it. But now my response is now matching the agreement that I've entered into it too. It's dismay. It's fear. It's never, I can truly do something that's going to be effective.
No, and for some of you that are rabbit holing, and I only say this because I'm one of you and I have to watch this. Some of you that are rabbit holing because what the system always does, what Babylon does, is the moment that it realizes you can no longer be prevented from observing the beast, it starts shoving it in your face. So think about it. Your auntie and all them that got mad at you at Christmas because you were talking about the earth is flat and Tartaria and all of that. And I'm not making fun. I'm being for real. You've seen some stuff that's made you question the nature of reality.
Right.
And all them that got offended at you, mad at you, mocked you, whatever, at Thanksgiving over this, they're not getting that in their feed. Like, you can say, how long are you going to be asleep? How long? They're not, the alarm's not ringing. As long as you can exist in this realm without seeing that it is literally on fire, that the house is on fire, nobody's going to hit you with a smoke alarm. But the second you realize the house is on fire, it's going to be fire alarms everywhere you turn, because that's the fallback position. Once you recognize there's trouble, that trouble will be just shoved down your throat, just rammed down your. What are they doing with the files now that they finally had to drop them? They stuffed them with hundreds of thousands of files that weren't there back when we started talking about drop the files.
Yeah.
It's just inundation, and they're being released in a way that's producing such an endless news cycle that we're all getting completely swamped and wearied. And so here's the thing, bro. This champion's coming forward morning and evening for 40 days, conditioning them. You're bang on point. That this is psychological warfare. Don't mistake the antiquity of the story for being anything different
than what's happening
than what
right
we confront every day. This is a psyop. Goliath, that's what we call the episode. Goliath is a psyop. Goliath was a psyop. Yes, he was real. Yes, all of that. But Goliath, as long as he lived in Gath, everybody knew about him.
Yes.
Nobody was shaking in their shoes. But when he got shoved in their face morning and evening for 40 days and 40 nights, that imagery is hearkening back to the flood. This is a deluge. Goliath unleashed a deluge that was designed to destroy their world underwater. It was designed to flood them with so much negativity and fear and anxiety that their awareness of themselves as the people of the living God disappeared under the water of the flood. That's all Goliath is doing. He's creating the flood. That's all the news cycle is doing right now, is creating the flood, because they know you probably don't have an ark. And so they are inundating you with these things. And what I feel like people would do well to become aware of is now that you have been rabbit holing, the first thing you see in the morning is always whatever rabbit hole you're down, and the last thing you see at night is always whatever. And once you realize that the resonance of your life, that the frequency you're living in is adjusting to agree with that thing. If you're rabbit holing on Zionism and the modern state of Israel and all that, it's going to be the Jews in the morning and the Jews at night. And I'm telling you, like, you're going to wind up living in a world where if you could just get rid of the Jews, everything would be fine. Well, ask Hitler how that worked. He tried to destroy the Satan, and he became the devil. Incarnate. So this is how this works. So this champion from Gath was part of their awareness, but once he hammered this conditioning into them, he reframed their world. He became a totally different thing in their reality. So your point, bro.
Verse 20, so David got up early in the morning.
Yep.
Left the flock with the keeper, took the supplies, and went as Jesse had commanded him, because his father had commanded him to bring food and provisions.
Yeah, people can read
for his brothers. You could read the context there. Israel and the Philistines drew up in battle formation, army against army. Verse 22, then David left the baggage in the care of the baggage keeper.
Just quick note. Israel and the Philistines drew up in battle array, army against army. We're talking about within the system here.
Yeah.
Army against army. Jesus said that nation, ethnos, will rise up against nation, ethnos, and kingdom against kingdom. So right here, we're dealing with nation against nation. David is about to flip the narrative and make it kingdom against kingdom. So right now, it's the Philistines versus the Hebrews, but David's about to make it the uncircumcised Philistine versus the God of heaven and earth.
The difference of covenant.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and different theater of war.
Yes, sir.
Not army against army. The Most High against this vile creature that has crawled up from out of the pit.
David left the baggage in the care of the baggage keeper and ran to the battle line. And he entered and greeted his brothers. There's a lot there, too.
Yeah, there is. There's so much. This, like, it's so hard.
Yeah, maybe one day we can sit there and we can exegete.
I feel like that's the problem. You have to skip more than you.
Yeah.
Anyway, say what you want to say.
No, we'll save that.
Yeah, I know. It's so good.
It is good. As he was speaking with them, behold, the champion, the Philistine from Gath named Goliath, was coming up from the army of the Philistines, and he spoke these same words, and David heard them. When all the men of Israel saw the man, they fled from him and were very fearful. Their programming had kicked in.
Yes.
And the men of Israel said, have you seen this man who is coming up? Surely he is coming up to defy Israel, and it will be that the king will make the man who kills him wealthy with great riches and will give him his daughter and make his father's house free in Israel. Then David said to the men who were standing by him, what will be done for the man who kills this Philistine and rids Israel of the disgrace? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he has dared to defy the armies of the living God? I love it how you have pointed out that David made them express the reward twice as much as whatever they were talking about as far as the threat. He emphasized, what's the reward?
David goes straight to work. He battles the narrative before he battles the giant. He goes straight to work to break the matrix for somebody. And David, as you just pointed out, is in the next couple of verses, he's forcing them to begin to deprogram from the programming they've been receiving. And I just want to point out that we saw earlier when Saul and the Israelites heard these words, they began to be fearful and dismayed. Points out here that David also heard these words. Earlier we said it's more the belief, the core belief-based thoughts that are vested in your words that gives them power than it is the words themselves, right?
Right.
But this is that in reverse. So the Saul and the armies of Israel heard the words of Goliath, and because of the thoughts and beliefs that were in them, it produced fear and dismay. David heard those words, and it landed on his ears very differently because of a different set of core beliefs driving his thoughts. And so I just want to point out, it's not just that you need to be careful about the core beliefs you are expressing through your thoughts and words, but you are also in a position to be very powerful as a regenerated person, that you can counteract the thoughts and beliefs of the speaker by keeping yours where they belong. So David is hearing the same thing, but it's landing on him very differently because he does not share the framework that Goliath has in common with Saul and the Hebrews. And so he immediately pivots. They say, "Have you seen this man who is coming up? Have you seen this man who is coming up? He's coming up to divide Israel. Oh, and by the way, there's a reward for the one who kills him." And David does what you just said. What will be done? Tell me the reward again. Don't tell me about the man again. He didn't say, how tall is he? Is it really true that his sibling has 6? He said, what will be done? So you're saying that he made him double talking about the reward, but then he also pivots to, who's this guy that he's going to taunt the armies of the living God? So David is hearing these words without any agreement with the framework. Okay. So then there's an argument between David and his big brother. Do you have anything you want to say out of that?
No, just the fact that it's always the ones that are the closest to you.
Yeah.
The ones that are older even.
Yes.
Who sometimes have the most negative way to reframe how you are trying to navigate a situation that they have been locked into.
Yeah, because what he's alluding to, Eliab, his older brother, is basically like, hey, man, what kind of wickedness are you operating from that you're over? You're supposed to be with who's got the sheep and all that stuff. And
well, he says those few sheep.
Those few sheep.
He's belittling
very
everything.
Diminishing.
Yeah.
So what's happening here, I think, with Eliab is, and you and I and so many of the people listening will be able to relate to this. When your frequency comes into the room and it's jarring with the one that's there, when you come into the room projecting something that is not in alignment with the frequency that everybody else is at, they're all resonating fear and dismay, and you're resonating faith and righteous indignation. People are typically, especially the ones close to you, going to have a negative reaction to that. And because you're the one that sounds out of tune. In their world, you're crazy. Everyone else agrees you're off. But not only that, it rubs him the wrong way, I think, because Eliab knows David well enough to know his wheels are turning. And Eliab's too scared to go face this Philistine. So now, not only does he have the problem that he's dealing with fear and dismay about the Philistine, but now he's having to consider the fact that his idiot little brother might be about to try to go fight this guy. And think about this, bro, from the honor culture point of view, the honor and shame culture of the ancient world, it would not have been shameful for David to go out there and die. He would have been the stuff of legends.
Right.
This lunatic ran at the giant. Like, people would have told stories about that for generations around campfires. And who knows, even if David did run at him and die, the Hebrews might have been emboldened enough by one guy running at the giant. So Eliab already knows David has, I think Eliab can smell that David might have what it takes, live or die, to turn the tide of events here.
You just saw him be anointed.
Right. And that's probably in there too.
Chosen over him.
Right.
Because I'm sure when Samuel pulled up, he's like, I'm him. And
Right.
you're not, sir. And he's like, well, I'm getting ready to be the one that's going to be on the front lines.
Right.
David. So I'm sure he's thinking like, okay, David was anointed, but he's still up in the hills with the sheep.
And no doubt that's what the brothers told each other to make themselves feel better.
Right.
Even the night David was anointed. Well, he's still got to go back out and watch those sheep, so whatever. Right? Like, this is not hard to imagine.
No.
These are not evil guys. They're just locked in some ego.
It's
and
family
dealing
dynamics.
with humanity. It's family dynamics, man.
Yeah.
And so, bottom line, if you think about this, Eliab is really struggling because he knows David's kind of crazy. He also was at the dinner table the night David came home and said, a bear and a lion came. I didn't have nothing but prayer in my bare hands, and God saved me, and I wrote a song about it.
David's crazy, but he's capable.
Right. But live or die, David is about to redeem his reputation and the reputation of Israel. Eliab knows, I think, Eliab knows David's about to do something unhinged. And even if he dies, he's going to have more glory than all the rest of them, because everyone else is going to say, those big brothers of his were shaking in their boots. That crazy kid ran at the giant.
On his first day there.
On his first day there, he was supposed to be delivering. He was Uber Eats.
Yeah, he was door dashing.
He was door dashing, and he ran at the giant. So if you think about the dynamics here of everyone that's locked in the matrix, they're really struggling to interact with this other influence, this other mindset, because it's coming from a different place. David is operating in the system from outside of the system.
Yes, sir. How do we want to go as far as the rest of the chapter? Because I don't want to get away from. I know.
I think. Let's see. All right, look. Word gets around that David is talking big game. So Saul calls David over to him. David says, hey, don't let anybody be afraid. I'll go and fight with this Philistine. Saul tells him, man, you're just a kid, and that guy's been a warrior from his youth.
Right.
And David tells him the stories about the lion that came and attacked, and he says the same God that delivered me out of the hand of the paw of the lion and the bear is going to deliver this uncircumcised Philistine. Pay attention to how many times David reiterates this new narrative.
He's
the
recognizing
narrative of kingdom and heaven.
Yep.
And so ultimately, Saul's response when David says he'll deliver me from the hand of the Philistines, Saul says to David, go and may Jehovah be with you. Verse 38 says, then Saul clothed David with his garments and put a bronze helmet on his head, and he clothed him armor with armor. And he clothed him with his armor. Now, I've clocked for a long time that he put his armor on him. I've heard messages preached about it. I've preached messages about it. They're good. For whatever reason, I haven't paid much attention to the fact that he put his clothes on him too. Saul clothed David with his garments and put a bronze helmet on his head, and he clothed him with his armor. Is it just me? I'm pretty sure the king wasn't wearing the same outfit everybody else was wearing.
No.
Am I smelling narrative control?
Of course.
I mean, bro, like that landed on me so heavy. He put his kingly robe on him too.
I am going to, if you're actually going to do what you say you're going to do, whether it's you or me,
right,
by proxy or however we want to frame it, what's going to burn inside these people's minds,
the image in their minds,
is me.
Hey, bro, think about this. Let's say David goes out there and battles this Philistine. I don't know how big the army of Israel is. Maybe it says. I hadn't read it recently. But however big it is, most of those guys don't have a close-up view. For all the world to see, this is Saul. And that's the image that's going to stick in people's minds. They're going to see the king's robes, the king's armor, the king's sword, going out to battle. I see narrative control here because even if word gets out, let's say David dies, Saul's obviously still going to be alive, so then everybody's going to realize what happened. But then he can be, well, I gave him my own. I was so touched. I gave him my own. I'm seeing narrative control.
Yeah.
If David goes and wins, some of the credit, he didn't have anything but a shepherd's purse and some lunch. The king gave him all his stuff. No matter what, the system is getting its slice of the pie here.
Yes.
This is brilliant narrative control. Because best case scenario, for all the world to see, Saul just goes out and battles the giant. But even if one of those fallback positions happens, Saul still can get his slice of the glory and spin the narrative his direction, right?
Yes.
So, David girded the sword over his armor and tried to walk, for he had not tested them. So David said to Saul, I cannot go with these, for I have not tested them. But he had tested the Lord. And David took them off. He took his stick in his hand and chose for himself 5 smooth stones from the brook and put them in the shepherd's bag, which he had, even in his pouch. His sling was in his hand, and he approached the Philistine. Let's just drop it out there tonight because I don't want to keep people much longer, but is always worth, and we always try to point out, paying attention in Scripture to the 5 motif.
Yes, sir.
Is always talking about sensory reality. It's always alluding to your 5 senses and the way they drive the animal creature. And so this motif of 5 shows up over and over again. Abraham battles 5 kings. Joshua battles 5 kings, has to get them under his feet.
Yes.
Goliath has 4 siblings.
Yes, sir.
So the system of the world is always represented by this 5 motif. It has to do with the reality that we interact with through our senses. And so on one level, it's important to recognize to some extent, the story of David and Goliath is the story of a man whose senses had been smoothed by living water. 5 smooth stones. That's his weapon. He is in command of the creature. He is not the avatar. He is driving the vehicle. He is observing the observer. He is at peace. He's not in fear. He's not in pride and ego. So these 5 smooth stones represent that. But on another level, we know they also represent 5 champions of the Philistines.
Come on.
So I think that's powerful. David is making an internal comment, and maybe to some extent an external one. I know that today it's Epstein, but I also know that system keeps producing these. And so I am facing Epstein. I'm facing Goliath. Goliath is the spectacle, but Goliath is not the problem.
That's right.
I am against the system that is producing these spectacles. And so David puts 1 rock for each in his pouch, and before the end of his reign, between him and his mighty men, all 5 of those guys fell.
Mm-hmm.
When you're battling lust, don't make it all about lust. Remember that on another day, fear is going to show up too. Remember that on another day, anger is going to show up too. When you're battling something that has to do with, things you can touch, remember that someday things you can smell is going to have an impact on you. 5 smooth stones. Then the Philistine came on, approached David, his shield bearer in front of him. He disdained David because he's youth and good looking and all that. The Philistine said to David, "Am I a dog that you come to me with sticks?" And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. The Philistine also said to David, "Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the sky and the beasts of the field." Then David said to the Philistine, "You come at me with a sword, a spear, and a javelin, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have taunted. This day Yehovah will deliver you up into my hands. And I will strike you down and remove your head from you, and I will give the dead bodies of the army of the Philistines this day to the birds of the sky and the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel, and that all the assembly may know the Lord does not deliver by sword or by spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hands." Goliath has spent 40 days and 40 nights taunting these Hebrews, and David walks out and plants a seed of terror in Goliath's mind. Because Goliath knows, yeah, I can mess around with these people, but I don't want to tangle with the Most High. Goliath knows exactly who the Most High is. His whole lineage is about rebellion against him, and he already tried to reframe it away from him earlier. Are you not the servants of Saul?
Yep.
So here comes David. That's probably the first fear Goliath felt all day. Anything you want to say? Then it happened when the Philistine rose and came and drew near to meet David, that David ran quickly toward the battle line to meet the Philistine. And David put his hand into his bag, took from it a stone and slung it, and struck the Philistine on his forehead. And the stone sank into his forehead so that he fell on his face to the ground. This image is important, that the way David takes down the monster of the 5 senses is by taking control of what's in the middle of the forehead, right between the temples.
Come on.
This is all imagery that's trying to tell us how to rule over this beast and not let it be the snare of us. David prevailed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and he struck the Philistine and killed him, but there was no sword in David's hand. That's an allusion to the fact that everybody knows these super soldiers have to be beheaded. They know they killed him, but they also know he'll come back.
Yeah.
So David ran, stood over the Philistine, took his sword and drew it out of his sheath and killed him. So it already says he killed him. It says he killed him with the sling and the stone. Have you ever noticed that? This is something I've heard some TikTok theologians try to make something out of. Oh, it's a contradiction. It says, thus David prevailed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and he struck the Philistine and killed him. But there was no sword in David's hand. Next verse. Then David ran and stood over the Philistine and took his sword, drew it out of its sheath, and killed him and cut off his head with it. They didn't believe me when I said these guys were known to regenerate. There's your proof right there. We don't even have to read the extra biblical sources. The Bible just said right there, he killed him twice. First with a sling and a stone.
And then he finished him, yeah.
Then with the sword. Yeah, but it says killed. Both places. Killed him and he killed him. When the Philistines saw their champion was dead, they fled. Then we know all this rout of the Philistines begins. David has Goliath's head, brings it to Jerusalem, put his weapons in his tent. Then we get this weird parenthetical remark that throws people for a loop. Sometimes people that are deconstructing, atheists, look at this as we already know from the chapter before that Saul and David were well acquainted by the time that this happened. But verse 55 says, now when Saul saw David going out against the Philistine, he said to Abner, the commander of the army, Abner, whose son is this young man? And Abner said, by your life, O king, I do not know. The king said, you inquire whose son the youth is. So when David returned from killing the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the Philistine's head in his hand. Saul said to him, whose son are you, young man? I told you earlier, this is not necessarily a majority opinion, but it is one of the only ones that makes sense to me. In ancient Near Eastern honor culture, we've already seen Saul is struggling with what to do with David's bravery. He's already tried to put his branding on it. He's already tried to control the optics. That failed. Now David has overcome. Saul has already sent messengers to David's father's house. He knows whose son he is. This question, I've only really run into one person with this opinion before, but I believe it's a good insight. And if I could remember the guy's name, I would say it. Before Moses is chosen to lead the people of Israel, he has the opportunity basically to become the next Pharaoh. Before Jesus begins his ministry, he's driven by the Spirit into the wilderness and then taken up by the devil onto a high mountain. And the offer is made. The offer is always made. The offer is always made to come into alignment with the system. Yes. Everybody gets a chance.
Everybody gets an opportunity.
Especially if you ever do anything. And I think that the subtext here is what's important. I told you earlier that it made me think of when Ben-Hadad, king of Assyria, was taunting Hezekiah and actually caused Hezekiah to make a really poor move. We've mentioned it before. But he's threatening Hezekiah mob style, telling him, I sure would hate to have to come over there and wreck shop, my brother. We're family, I hate to have to see something bad happen to family. And Hezekiah's response to him is, my brother, Ben-Hadad. What is Hezekiah doing there? He's wearing the dress, as they say.
Yeah.
He's kissing the ring, for those that believe that everybody that's in the cabal has to kiss the wall. This is what you're talking about when you say he kissed the wall. He is dancing when the piper pipes. And so what I'm saying is, I think Saul is offering David the opportunity to come into alignment with the interests of the house of Saul. I think the wise answer would have been, whose son am I? O king, who is my father but you?
Yep.
I am your son. He already knows he's about to be his son-in-law. In fact, about a chapter later, he tells Saul, I am your son. So when it wasn't the system on the line, he's even willing to acknowledge that relationship. I think there's a very specific reason Saul is asking this question, and it has nothing to do with a brain fart.
Yeah.
He didn't forget where he got this guy from. He's saying, all right, who's your daddy?
Are you going to play ball?
You going to play ball? And David doesn't even clear his throat. He doesn't even. Saul said to him, whose son are you, young man? And David answered, I am the son of your servant Jesse, the Bethlehemite. And the Bible says as soon as that David finished speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was knit to the soul of David, Saul's son, and Jonathan loved him as himself. He basically came into the family anyway.
Uh-huh.
But Saul took him that day and did not let him return to his father's house. Why? Why? Because before he was allowed to come and go.
Yeah.
But if I can't control the narrative, I'm going to have to control you. And it was even, I think, an attempt to still kind of control the narrative. This guy's in my house. Okay, he won't wear my armor. He won't wear my robes. I can get him to call me father. And then the story will be the king's son killed Goliath. Can't get him to do that. Okay, well, at least the story can be, did you hear the guy that killed Goliath is basically like a son to King Saul. He lives in his house. But because David himself did not give his agreement to that, he functioned within the system, but not from the system.
Yeah.
The Lord preserved him, and he established the throne that Jesus Christ sits on now. And ultimately, that's the end game. You mentioned Barabbas earlier. The world is always trying to give us a spectacle, to give us Barabbas. And when we come into agreement with that, we fall prey to the system. But there's only ever been these two systems, these two cities. There's only ever been Babylon and Jerusalem. There's only ever been two options, two ways you can go. And if we can learn to navigate it like David, to see the thought-based reality that everyone else is sharing and refuse to come into agreement with it, but operate through it as we need to, and thread that needle as wisely as we can learn to function in the way that David functions in this story, and ultimately becomes the forerunner of the great king in this realm, and literally manifested the kingdom of heaven into this reality. Because he set up a throne that Jesus Christ sits on for eternity. And so David is such a great example of how we can do that, but you have to be on your toes. And even when you have to look at the spectacle, David saw it and he heard it just like everyone else. You have to deliberately interact with it from in a different realm. And then you can have an impact on this realm without being in this realm. And you can know whether you're in alignment with this realm or not by what is being produced in you. And one of the simplest things we need to all realize is if it's hate toward any identity, fear toward anything other than God, if it's anxiety or any of these dismay, that's fruit that tells me that there's too much left in me.
Yes.
The stones are not smooth enough.
Yes.
There's too much left in me that's in alignment with this system. I need to back off. Just because Goliath is yelling doesn't mean I have to sit and listen. And until I can get this Canaanite territory under dominion, I can't interact with this right now. So if the rabbit you are chasing is drawing you down into that lower state, stop hunting it and live to fight another day. Kill that rabbit some other time. There'll come a day when you can interact with it like David did, but don't hurt yourself.
That's good. That's so good. We are not as giant focused as we are system dismantling focused.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're really relying on the Most High to do what he needs to from outside. And we are coming up out of this lower realm to fight at a different arena when we are supposed to fight.
Yeah. The funny thing is the same system that produced Saul as he became, the same system that produced Saul is the system that produced Goliath. It's the same matrix. They have their role to play. So your quarrel isn't ultimately with Saul, and it's not even ultimately with Goliath. That's why you need the 5 stones. Your quarrel is with the system. We have to opt out. That doesn't mean you never vote again. It just means you won't ever vote again if anything but the will of God is impelling you to do that. If any form of fear or agreement or whatever is at the root, you won't do it. But as we walk, we can learn to know whether this is coming from the kingdom of heaven or whether this is... And so you may see another person do something that you couldn't do. Don't assume that means they're in alignment with the system. Maybe it's just you that couldn't do that without being in alignment with the system. You know what I mean?
Yes.
God has told me not to rabbit hole on stuff before, and then when he let me look at it, I found out other people had been doing the research while I was not rabbit holing. That doesn't mean they were wrong. It means I couldn't interact with it right then.
Right. That's good, my friend. Well, until next time.
Live Antikemi.
Or even better yet, live Hebrew.
I love that, bro. That's my favorite. That has to become a t-shirt.
We'll see y'all.